Keinen Ton. Hört man mich, Wolfgang Stetten? Hört man mich? Nein.
Baron, hello, do you listen? We will start soon. Okay, so friends, I know this is a very slow morning. I'm so sorry to start this conference so early, but we thought, to be very effective and to finish everything until lunch. Just few words. When I was young, EU director in foreign ministry, together with Ramūnas Misiulis and some enthusiasts of Lithuanian-German relations, we thought, let's establish the forum, because honestly, that was just the beginning, first years of our membership, and Chancellor was Schröder from German side. So we had some, feeling that we have to do something more. And I'm so happy that today Germany, together with America, is our leading partner in trade, investment, security. And I'm so happy that this is not only just a bunch of enthusiasts, but the whole government, speaker, investing so much into those relations. So I'm very grateful that speaker joins us today to open our third forum, first in the parliament, by the way. So, speaker, thank you so much, and please say a few words. Thank you.
Good morning, dear colleagues, and welcome to Parliament of Lithuania. It's a pleasure to have you here. Jūsų ekscelencijos ambasadoriai, kolegos Seimo nariai, gerbėmieji konferencijos dalyviai. Dėkoju Lietuvos ir Vokietijos forumui ir kitiems šios konferencijos.
Your ambassadors, fellow members of the Sejm, distinguished participants of the conference, I'd like to thank the Lithuanian German Forum and other partners of this conference for continuing the tradition of bringing together once a year policymakers, journalists, diplomats, representatives of business and academia who are not indifferent to the relations between Lithuania and Germany to discuss the state of the bilateral relations and their future prospects. I very much appreciate the activities of the Lithuanian German Forum and its objectives to contribute to cross-border efforts towards closer cooperation between Lithuania and Germany. In addition to the official state level, of crucial importance is the informal level and people-to-people contacts. After all, it is people who create relations between countries. Therefore, I invite the forum to continue bringing together organizations, business representatives, cultural and artistic creators, and others who are committed to the development of Lithuanian and German relations, to build on their personal contacts and to consolidate close relations with the partners in Germany. Germany has always been and continues to be a very important political and economic partner for Lithuania. During the 18 years we have spent together in the European Union and NATO, Lithuanian and German relations have developed and deepened, and we have gained a lot of common experience and got to know each other even better. Now more than ever before in the long history of our bilateral relations, we have many shared perspectives and common projections for the future. Some of them have been dictated by the times themselves. The security crisis in Europe triggered by the European invasion of Ukraine required an immediate and strong response by the EU and NATO to defend both Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity and the coexistence of the international system as a whole based on international law. In this context, the relations between Lithuania and Germany have acquired a new dynamic. I saw this for myself during my visit to Berlin in April this year. Not long after German Chancellor Olaf Scholz's announcement of the Zeitenwende, or turning of the points in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, in my meeting with the President of the Bundestag, Bärbel Bas, there was a closer than ever appreciation of the security situation and challenges. The major changes initiated in German defense policy and in relations with Russia were encouraging to many in Europe. As the Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament, I wish the German administration a smooth implementation of the objectives set out in the Zeitenwende policy and not to lose ambition. In Lithuania, we have long called on Germany to play a greater role in European security, to reduce its energy dependence on Russia, and to support more actively the aspirations of Eastern Partnership countries for European integration. However, in the face of the war launched by Russia against Ukraine, the need of German leadership has grown even stronger. This, of course, does not mean that Germany becomes solely responsible for the future of Ukraine and the European security architecture. It's true that at this turning point in history, that responsibility rests with all European states, and not only European states, but it's Germany's leadership that is the critical element that can determine the outcome of the aggression against Ukraine. Germany's role is also crucial in ensuring the long-term protection of NATO's eastern flank. Lithuania is grateful to Germany for the contribution it has already made to Lithuania's security and looks forward to its continued engagement. Germany's commitment to deploy a combat brigade for a permanent rotational presence will strengthen not only Lithuania's security but that of the region and NATO as a whole. It is essential that our actions at this critical time are as devoid of ambiguity, uncertainty and misunderstanding as possible. We are on a good path and it is important to keep on track because the authoritarian forces are waiting for us to do just that. I see from the conference program that this is what you will be talking about today. I wish you a productive work and a result-oriented debate. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I'm so happy that this conference is supported not only by our long-term partners like AHK, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Foreign Ministry, but also German Embassy. And if I remember well, Ambassador, you've been with us mostly in most of the forums. That could be the last forum for you. But we are so much grateful for your role in Lithuania, and because during your term those relations took such a strategic shift. So, Ambassador, please, a few words from you.
Good morning to all. First of all, Madam Speaker, it is a great honor to be invited to these hallowed halls of Lithuanian democracy to hold the German-Lithuanian Forum. And I think after the pandemic and in times of war, it is more relevant than ever. And you pointed out already the special role that Germany and Lithuania are having for each other in this crisis, in this time of a European war of aggression. The German government will speak later through a person much closer to its heart than I could be as an ambassador in Lithuania, our political director, Thjorven Bellman, who's not with us physically, but she will set out our government's position from Berlin. And I'm very glad that I'm not the only one speaking for our government here. Nonetheless, I would like to offer all of you participants, and let me especially recognize the German members of parliament who have come here, all of them friends of Lithuania, none of them, I think, for the first time in Lithuania. Their commitment, their parliamentary commitment to this relationship is deep and consistent. And as you set out, Madam Speaker, that is also very important. Personal trust, personal connection, personal interaction, personal exchange. For me, this year, and I think on a chilly Advent morning, it is appropriate to look back on this year from the perspective of the German ambassador in Lithuania. It was a very exciting, very special year. And let me say this in advance, I think Germany and Lithuania have made great strides in this year. For me, this started in April, when President Nausėda called me to a meeting and told me that Lithuania would like Germany to continue in its role as a NATO framework nation, not just in the previous setup, the EFP battle group, which we have had for 5 years, almost 6 now, but also in the process of building up the eastern flank of NATO following a war of aggression in our continent. This was 3 months almost before the Madrid summit. And already at that time, the decision was taken. It did not take long in Berlin to get the German government on board. Already 2 months before the NATO summit in Madrid, the decision was taken that Germany would take this on. Let me only make 2 remarks on that, which frame, particularly perhaps for the German participants here, how the debate and the decision-making has continued after that. First, a philosophical point. You, Madam Speaker, very kindly expressed your appreciation for Germany's military presence and commitment to alliance defense in Lithuania, here on the eastern flank. The philosophical point about this is important to understand. Germany is not engaging in this central way in order to do anyone a favor. This is alliance defense, and ultimately, therefore, this is defense of ourselves. This is Germany defending itself in Lithuania. And this concept of the indivisibility of security in an alliance is the core thought of what we are doing together here, as it already was in 2017 when the EFP battle group was instituted. Now, what has been to me a little surprising is the political debate this has triggered within Lithuania's democratic politics. This was perhaps natural. This is so important for both our countries. And there will, in a democracy, always be lively debate about such an important issue. That is the part which is understandable. But I sensed something as well as German ambassador, which should perhaps not have surprised me. But in the end, I had to report to my authorities in Berlin that it is pretty obvious that over the past few years, our country, dear members of the German Parliament, our country had lost a degree of trust in the Lithuanian political spectrum, in the media, and in the public. The debate about what was agreed in June between Chancellor Scholz and President Nausėda has been suffused with a degree of mistrust in whether Germany is really reliable as the ally to take the central part, the framework part, in the building up, in the standing up of the brigade, the eastern flank in Lithuania. I have discovered that there are now innumerable military experts who define exactly what a brigade is and what a brigade is not, and where it is. And there is a healthy part to this. As I said, in every democracy, an important issue will be discussed. And of course, it is legitimate as well if Lithuanian politicians, Lithuanian voices would like to go beyond that which was agreed in June. This is, I think, more security is more security. I want to set out here one point, though, which is very important. That is the sensitive spot. I have detected several times undertones which at least imply, sometimes say, that Germany is backtracking or reluctant to fulfill its already existing commitments and engagements. That is A, not true, and B, offensive, and C, and that is the political point that I wish to make here to all of you, it will not be useful to anyone. This debate is corrosive and harmful. And I would like to appeal to all of us to understand that Germany and Lithuania have to do this together. And any idea that by expressing discontent, Germany could be pressured or bullied, will, and that is a confident prediction, will not bring one single additional German soldier to Lithuania. My appeal is the same that I already publicly stated in September. My appeal is, let the military experts work this out. We have full confidence in Lithuania building its infrastructure. The efforts are impressive. They are amazing. The funding for this is amazing. And the military experts need to work out what exactly a 21st century brigade for the defense of Lithuania within our alliance looks like. That is my appeal to all of us, to all of you today. And with that, I would very much like again to thank you, Madam Speaker, and to wish this conference fruitful deliberations, open exchanges, and a continuation of the sense of solidarity that Germany and Lithuania have traditionally enjoyed. On this note, I wish to all of us, all of you, a happy holiday season, a blessed Christmas, and, if I may say so, a thoughtful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And on behalf of the forum that we founded 18 years ago, let me say a few words. I will say it from here as an opening words. Well, I agree very much with Ambassador, and looking just from the distance to our relations, we achieved so much. First of all, accession to European Union and NATO wouldn't happen without German support. Then we had the strategic level relations created at the President office during the term of President Grybauskaitė and Chancellor Merkel. Now we have governments so much speaking together. We have economic trade data, as I mentioned already, defense. But yesterday, some of members of parliament from Bundestag asked me, in the church actually, Ambassador, thank you for the concert, Žygis, what would Zeitenwende really mean for you? And I was thinking about that question at home, and I have 4 answers, maybe a bit to provoke the debate. First, yes, Ambassador, this is about German brigade in Lithuania. That's how we read the statement between our president and your chancellor. Not virtual, not designated, but in Lithuania, physically. Because together with your members of parliament, including Sara Nani, we visited Bucha. We understand what it means, the defense from the first moment. Not a deterrence, but defense by denial. Because we don't want, well, I think it was your foreign minister to say, we don't want Marijampolė to look like Mariupol or Bucha. We know that we don't have a strategic depth. We know that the Russian forces, if they do something, they will cut us from Poland, the Baltic states, Suwalki Gap will be cut. We also will watch today interesting visit of President Putin in Belarus. And we know that Belarus is occupied country, and we know that those troops are maneuvering very close to us. This is a danger to us. So I would love, Lithuania would be a model for Zeitenwende, and I would agree, Ambassador, that we should finish those discussions and just implement what we agreed, because Lithuania will be allocating huge sums of money, up to $1 billion, to build the host nation's support till 26, and we hope this date will be matched by similar German commitment. This is point number 1. Point number 2 is Ukraine. Well, I remember Foreign Minister Kinkel, I think it was 97, when he said, Germany from now on is an advocate of Lithuanian accession to EU. What does that mean? First of all, Zeitenwende is already expressed in your decision on candidate status. But this is a theoretical possibility for a country like Ukraine to join. I was one of the accession negotiators of my own country. I know how accession negotiations are important for the country, how much it changes the country. So for it not to be just the words of goodwill from all of us to Ukraine, I want Germany to support accession negotiations with Ukraine to start next year, to make this country on track to the European Union. Without your support, it will not happen. Second point on Ukraine, it's NATO. You know, to be very open, I was in Bucharest NATO summit. We were negotiating it with your Chancellor Merkel, and we failed. And that was a mistake. If we agree on that, then let's fix that mistake. Let's not repeat Bucharest and Vilnius NATO summit. Let's do something, at least what we did in EU with candidate status for Ukraine, because NATO didn't do it. This strategic unresolve, the fear that proved that Putin has a veto power on NATO enlargement was wrong. Let's fix it together. And finally, it's China. Well, I was so glad last week to see the first LNG ship to come and land in Germany. Something that we've been discussing very, strongly with some of your leaders 10 or more years ago. On Nord Stream 1, on Nord Stream 2, and finally, Germany followed the Lithuanian inspiring example. So I want you to do the same on China. If this year is a year of decoupling of Germany from Russia, I would love one day you decouple in the same way from China. Because as we discussed with one of you again in church yesterday, look to the future. We will be just maybe 20% of the world in 2050 of the rule-based order. If we want to defend it, let's start defending it now. Let's not wait for the last moment or little war something until Germany rushes to decouple it dramatically from China. Let's do it now, and let's create that liberal, democratic world together. Sorry for this provocation. This is my style, and I hope the discussions will be fruitful. And now I give the words to our godfather who created it all, Baron von Stetten. We remember you, opening all the doors to Berlin and guaranteeing that support from Berlin on our UN-NATO session. Please, Baron.
Hello, Labadiena. I am sorry that I am with you without a picture. I think, Mr. Speaker, Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, ministers, dear colleagues from the European Parliament, same as the Bundestag, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, dear Daniel Chirachiritsus, and the founder of the Lithuanian-German Forum, Zigmantas Pavilonis. It's a great pleasure to me to join you today. Sorry, not by video, but by linguation. It is good that we are reviving this tradition. Lithuania with a new president, Daniel Chirachiritsus, and with me as a new president of the German Lithuanian Forum. Especially in this time of crisis, it is important that we strengthen these relations. I am very happy that I have found a deputy in Mr. Darius Höhne, who has been connected with Lithuania for many years, especially also through his marriage to a Lithuanian woman. He is president in the conference, and may I ask you to raise your hand briefly so that people can see where you are sitting. I know I can't see him now. Mr. Darius Höhne, not here, sorry. I visited Vilnius for the first time at the beginning of March 1991, a few weeks after the bloody January, still in Soviet times. I visited to that time Mr. President Landsbergis in the barricaded parliament, saw the Soviet tanks in front of the television station and the television tower. I was accompanied and looked after by the dictatorial Antanas Ratchas, who was always a motor and insensitive of my activities in Lithuania. After the Medininkai murder, the failed cup in Moscow, and the general recognition of the Republic of Lithuania as a free country by the Western world at the end of August, beginning of September 1991, things happened very quickly. Since then, as the chairman of the German Baltic Parliamentary Group, and now as the honorary consul of Baden-Württemberg, I have accompanied German-Lithuanian and Lithuanian-German relations for the last 31 years. Governments in Lithuania changed every 4 years. Despite all the differences, they were a unit on one goal: admission to the European Union and especially to the NATO. While Europe dreamed of eternal peace, the Lithuania, its special president, Vytautas Landsbergis, warned of the danger of Russia wanting to restore the old Soviet borders. After the Crimea invasion, at the latest, we should have taken the warning seriously instead of continuing to embrace Putin and even build a second pipeline. This is certainly also discussed today. Lithuania is particularly affected through the border with the Königsberg-Kaliningrad region and through the rights of passage for Russian trains. After the difficult beginnings in the 90s, Lithuania has developed with incredible dynamism in these decades into a modern state respected throughout the world, also with the help of the European Union. The Lithuanian-German relations, ambassadors told us, politically, economically, and culturally have developed pleasantly on a high mutual level. We have had the good thing that we have, from the beginning, good ambassadors. Now, with the Ambassador Romanos Misulis in Germany and Ambassador Mattiasson in Lithuania, they all have great merits because they have gone above and beyond to support relations of all kinds. Exchanges are always lovely, not lovely, lively, at governor and state president level, and they have become even closer with the deployment of NATO units in Lithuania under German high command. This is also shown by the high caliber participants at this meeting. I wish you all a good, successful conference, and thank you, the NHS, for the preparation. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Baron, so much. And we will never forget what you did for Lithuanian-German relations. And now I have a huge honor to present to you Thorben Bellman, Political Director of the Federal Office. Honestly, I was Political Director myself, maybe 15 years ago. And if I remember my own relations, I think then Michael Schäfer was your Political Director. Those relations, they were not easy. But today, I'm so happy as former diplomat to say that I never ever saw such institutional great links between two foreign ministries, not only with your ambassador here, but ministry to ministry, department to department, director to director. I really never saw it in 30 years. And that's why, thank you so much, Ms. Bellman, that you've been able to join us. I know that how busy is your schedule, and maybe you, with your huge experience in security policy, because you've been leading that policy in German foreign ministry for maybe 10 years in different positions. Maybe you will enlighten us. How can we make Lithuania as a model of Zeitenwende, talking also about German brigade in Lithuania? Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Žygis. Can you hear me all right?
Perfect, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think somebody has to mute. Somebody has to mute themselves because they still have a sound in the line. Thank you.
Maybe Baron, if you can mute yourself, thank you so much.
Dear Žygis, Baron von Stetten, ambassadors on members of the Seimas, European Parliament, the German Bundestag, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really, really a great privilege to speak to you today at this annual Lithuanian-German Forum Conference. I'm terribly sorry I can't be with you in person and that I have to leave after this talk, but at least we can meet online, and it's really a pleasure. You asked me to share thoughts on German leadership in the age of conflict with autocratic states. And of course, the question whether we have shown leadership or not enough of it, is ultimately not for me to judge, but I'm sure will be something you will discuss throughout the day. So I will dodge that question with your permission. But what I can do is maybe speak a bit about what we tried to do through this past year, where we believe we are strategically, and what needs to be done from there. A truly remarkable year comes to an end these days, the first year in government for this current German administration. Everybody will have his or her memories of the 24th of February. For me, the day started in the middle of the night with a phone call from an American colleague and friend ringing me out of bed to say war has begun and there is heavy shelling. A series of phone calls followed. By 5 o'clock, we had the first G7 call on political directors level. And then, of course, we met all in the crisis center, and Foreign Minister Baerbock went public with the sentence that we have woken up to a different world. The EU, if you remember, the day before already had passed a first set of sanctions after Putin had recognized Lugansk and Donetsk as independent. And the same day, EU leaders held an extraordinary council, passing another set of far-reaching sanctions. We had prepared for this moment to come for weeks and months. EU, NATO, G7 all had their statements in the drawer. And still, it felt like one of these moments in history where we entered a new era, or a Zeitenwende, as Chancellor Scholz labeled it 3 days later in his, by now, at least in Germany, famous speech before the Bundestag, where he laid out that we would stand by the Ukrainian people, including with the delivery of weapons, thereby ending a long-standing German policy not to do so in conflict eras, that we would live up unconditionally to our obligations for allied security, defending every inch of NATO territory in case it needed be, and that we would finally address the significant capability gaps within the German armed forces, including by setting up a special fund of 100 billion euros. We believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we are currently in a strategic confrontation with Russia, not as part of a hot military conflict between NATO and Russia, but a confrontation that is played on different levels, globally, between allies and Russia in a certain way, hybrid warfare, and including in a hot military conflict on Ukrainian soil. What does this mean for us, and where did we feel our role was in this past year? First, of course, in supporting Ukraine. Our weapons deliveries by now have reached a sum of more than 2.5 billion euros. We've delivered high state-of-the-art air defense systems that not even the German armed forces have in their disposal, such as the IRIS-T system. We've delivered howitzers, HIMARS systems, but also older systems such as the Gepard anti-aircraft tanks, which seem to be quite useful these days against Iranian drone attacks. We've trained Ukrainian forces in these modern, in the kind of weapons we delivered, but we've also set up one of the 2 training commands as part of the EU training mission for Ukraine, in order to ensure that we can use the coming months in order to prepare the Ukrainians better for the fighting that is continuing and will continue, unfortunately, throughout the new year. Our civilian aid is worth a couple of billion euros by now. We've hosted more than 1 million refugees. We are supporting Ukraine on its path towards EU membership, with also very practical support in order for Ukraine to reach the reforms that needs to be done before they can enter the EU. And we are supporting them by rejecting any kind of dictated peace and making sure that negotiations don't take place over Ukrainian heads. The second role we found ourselves in is to be part of making sure that deterrence holds and that the conflict doesn't spill over to NATO territory. We've done this by enhancing our EFP troop presence in Lithuania, and by setting up a robust combat-ready brigade for Lithuania, as you mentioned, Jigis, with a permanently stationed forward command element, which is already in place. This together has taken our troop presence to more than 900 troops. And although I'm well aware that there are discussions about the nuances of this and the details of this arrangement and agreement, I think it's important to remember why we decided to take this step. It was in the run-up to the Madrid summit, because we had a distinguished feeling in Berlin that Baltic voices weren't heard enough, and that NATO, while being good in ad hoc deployments and making sure that everything was ready in case there was an aggression on NATO soil, didn't take additional sufficient steps in order to change the nature of the presences. So we wanted to move ahead and set a practical example of something that could be done, hoping that this might prove something like best practice for other framework nations. And I think we see that in Estonia, the example has been bearing fruit, and we hope for Latvia it will be the same very soon. We've not only done this reinforced presence in Lithuania, of course, we've also provided troops as part of NATO's enhanced vigilance activities in Slovakia, where now we are present with more than 500 troops. And we've recently offered Patriot batteries to Poland when Polish territory was hit by an accidental anti-air defense missile from Ukraine, which, if the deployment goes underway and it's still being discussed, will also mean several hundred German troops on Polish soil. And finally, in this line of work, we of course will provide the NATO's VGTF in 2023, which means that up to 16,800 German troops will deploy as VGTF or NIF in exercises, and should, what God may forbid, Allied territory ever be attacked in this coming year, it will be our troops that will come as the first deployment to the front. The third line of work we were engaged with is the fact that we needed to keep the West united and the support for Ukraine globally on track. Of course, our G7 presidency was the main vehicle for that, because it was vitally important that North America, our Asian allies, and Europe stayed united as much as possible in terms of the sanctions work we did in order to prevent circumvention, but also in work strands such as ensuring food security for the global south, the energy peace, both in Ukraine and also globally with the oil price cap, for example, but also the vital UN coordination to ensure that in every round of UN votes we had in the General Assembly, because the Security Council was blocked, of course, that the front of those who would stand up to this aggression and say united no to this would not diminish, and that we would do the necessary lobbying efforts to secure this. So in the G7, in a sense, this crisis and this war found its format. And I think it was helpful that an EU member state was the presidency this year, so that we didn't enter into any of the past battles we had on formats and who was to do what. The fourth and final line of work I want to raise here is the resilience piece, which for Germany meant we had to decouple from energy dependencies on Russia, which was a painful process. And you can argue we should have done this much earlier, but in the end we did do it. And I still hear voices in countries in the EU Council who tell us with every new sanctions package why this or that cannot be sanctioned because they are 100% dependent on it. Well, we were pretty dependent when the war started, and we've done a great effort in order to become much less so. And we've made clear that we do not intend to go back into any such dependency after the war. But it also means that we have to ensure that our publics, the German public and other publics, remain united after this course, and that the solidarity remains intact. The more we will go into recession in Germany, and it's a real possibility in the coming years, this will have significant impacts on our other European economies, because our economies are so intertwined. So I think the last thing we want to see is a spread of further authoritarian parties and populist parties in Europe. So we shouldn't forget that in all of this endeavor, it's vital that we keep our publics on board, and that this means very different things for different publics in Europe. So where do we go from there, and what are the lessons learned from the past 12 months? Russia, of course, is not the only autocratic actor. We have to understand that we live in an age of systemic rivalry in a multipolar world. So this is not about, putting up the West against the rest. But we do have, and it's not about big power competition, because there is a difference of a big power like the United States, who's our closest ally, and big powers or smaller powers, which are autocratic in nature, with an imperialistic outlook, which have the military means and the will to use these means in order to achieve their goals. So for us, it means that with actors that we would label as systemic rivals, such as, for example, China or Iran, we have to make sure we set up the policies that confront these states and make sure that we do cooperation where it is necessary, but that we also take the necessary steps to ensure that on the one hand, we don't become too dependent on these countries, and on the other hand, that we have the policies at hand in order to try and incentivize change. For China, and we are, as you know, currently writing our first China strategy, it means that we do see that China is changing, and I think the last Party Congress has shown this very clearly. It also means that our China policies need to change as well. It does not mean that we are aiming at any decoupling from China, which is not a realistic possibility, neither for us nor the United States, for example. But it does mean that we have to recalibrate how we approach China. So China, for us, still is a partner, a competitor, and a rival, but the competitor and rival part of this triangular relationship is increasing. And you know that better than anyone else. And we are encouraged by the developments we see in the former 16+1 format. But it also means that for us, we need to incentivize German business more, to diversify, and to make sure that should we ever end up in a confrontation with China, for example, over Taiwan, that we retain our ability to act and do not lose this because we are so dependent in certain economic areas that this would hamper us. So what we've done in the past, we're much more critical now in terms of saying yes to Chinese investment in critical parts of German economy. You will have seen cases where we have limited the shares that we allowed to be obtained by Chinese companies, or even have blocked certain sale, for example, of semiconductor companies to Chinese firms. We are also stricter when we see, for example, the kind of credits our credit development and credit bank is allowed to give to German businesses who want to invest in China and other things like this. It also means for us that we have to ensure that we ensure that the EU needs to be able to act in a possible future crisis, and that we put more energy into developing our partnerships in the Eastern and Southeastern Asian region. With regard to Iran, of course, this is a much smaller actor, but nevertheless one that has the ability to imply global policies through regional crises and the effect that this would have on oil prices and other things. You know that we, as part of the E3, have been heavily engaged in the past to try and secure a renewed re-establishment of the JCPOA. These negotiations have come to a halt months ago, and certainly since the Iranian repression has started against the peaceful protests of their own people, and since we've seen that they are also delivering weapons to Ukraine in form of drones, and with risk to delivery of missiles as well, we have made sure that we set up a robust sanctions policy against Iran, and we want to continue doing this in standing rolling rounds of sanctions until the regime changes course. We've also been in the lead on ensuring that we have council conclusions for the first time since 3 years on Iran, because we felt it was important that the EU was addressing the Iranian question from the same basic set of rules. Where does this take us nationally? You know that we are in the process of formulating our first national security strategy, where we try to derive policy work strands and answers to this age of systemic rivalry that we believe we live in. We will hopefully publish the strategy early in the next year. What we've come up with is the notion that we have to think security in a much more integrated fashion, that sort of internal and external security cannot be separated anymore the way we used to contemplate them in the past. We've seen how the energy piece has been weaponized in this past year. We see disinformation and all the other elements of hybrid warfare. So we will try to formulate this more integrated approach, which will also need or trigger institutional adjustments to a certain degree in how we are set up internally. We want the EU to become a more global and geostrategic actor, which means that instruments like Global Gateway need to be fed with substance. And we need to make sure, in order to retain the global support for this effort to support Ukraine, we need to make sure that issues such as climate change, health issues, food security, and things like this are not forgotten, because we have to be able to show to the global south that their issues are on our agenda as well, and that we don't just ask them for solidarity. We're also willing to engage in the issues that are important for them. So I hope that we can do all this in very close partnership with you. We certainly look forward to the upcoming visit of the Prime Minister. Shigas, I want to thank you again for letting me join you here online this morning. And I wish you a very good conference and very formative discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you. And speaker will have also to leave us. Thank you so much for joining us. And we will continue our discussion. And I think the best now to answer to all those statements about German security and defense presence in Lithuania is Laurynas Kasčiūnas. Why? Because he is not only architect, one of the architects of Lithuanian security, but he is a fan of German football club. He's saying it always, you know, so, yeah, and he's also preparing for his visit to Berlin. So Laurynas, you know, unite our positions, you know, we are fighting for one football club, and security is indivisible, as Ambassador said, so how can we make this debate to work in Lithuania?
So great pleasure to be here. Dear parliamentarians from Bundestag, dear ambassadors, dear guests, dear experts, dear diplomats. But I will start also as ambassador from philosophical point of view. So we should, if you talk about Zeitenwende, if you talk about German leadership as a factor for our European security, we should go a little bit deeper in a philosophical sphere. So, end of history was a concept which was very popular when Soviet Union broke up. Francis Fukuyama sounded very popular, sounded very comfortable for all Western nations. But you know, liberal democracy is dominating, liberal democracy is winning, all other regimes are, you know, over, or you know, liberal democracy knows how to deal with them. And you know now very well, but it was a big mistake. It was a big mistake to think that, you know, if you will trade with authoritarian regime, you will not have a war. We had such kind of approach. We thought that if you have, if an authoritarian regime will have a free market economy, it will transform it into a liberal democracy. It failed. In the end of history paradigm, our armies became social workers with uniforms. It's also reality. Our defense industry was pushed in the marginals, and it's also reality. That's why we need to somehow to restart our thinking, because first of all, we should understand that Russia tries to bring us back to 19th, 20th century of geopolitics. Balance of powers, realpolitik, and so on. And what is the biggest question? Are our postmodern tools and methods can deal with such kind of policy or not? How to deal with geopolitical hooliganism, which is barbarism, which is in the roots of Russian geopolitical understanding. And I think the first thing what we should do to understand what we should defend democracy. We should start to defend peace through strength. Only peace through strength. It's the only concept which is understandable by the Russian Federation. And all total ideology of this geopolitical actor. And you know, I hope what we are starting to understand that, but I am not sure if we are on the final stage of that. I think that now there are evaluation discussion how we should consider Russia in the future. Is it already weakened in Ukraine as much, which we need to start to deal with them, to leave a place for them for negotiations, or we should understand that it can be reestablished its power very fast. And I think it's a second scenario. Because we should not apply the Western criteria to trying to understand Russia. They can, have no middle class, they have no, maybe something, no welfare state, but we will finance their military capabilities. And it's a main thing that we should understand. It's a different civilization. It's a different civilization. So we need to fight and defending our democracies. Zeitenwende, that's why. Zeitenwende, from my point of view, first of all, is a change of strategic culture. It's important. It's not so easy to do. You know, I have a lot of discussions in Ukraine when they try to ask me a lot of, in different formats, explain why Germany maybe could be more active in supporting and so on. I said, look, it's a big change already. 15 years ago, Germany had a parliamentarian debates about medical support to somewhere in the war crisis. Now we have soldiers in Lithuania. We have now weapons to Ukraine. It's a fundamental change. Yes, for Ukrainians, maybe we need more. For I know what's happening in Germany, how it's fundamentally shifted. I mean, everything. We should put everything in the context, in the right context. And then I'm always trying to explain. The context is very important here. So Zeitenwende from Lithuania. I think what Germany should not ask, how you perceive German leadership. We need German leadership. When you started leading the EFP framework here in Lithuania 6 years ago, the popularity of Germany as a nation, we have a annual polls, who is the friendliest nations to you. You rise up to top 3. Now we have not only supporters and fans of Die Mannschaft, which I am also. It's hard times now, I understand, but we will think restart. Yeah, I know. But also we have here fans of Bundeswehr. I know what you need to invest to the Bundeswehr a lot. I know, because of all that kind of history, end of history. But we want to link it together and go, as you said, about this model of Zeitenwende. So few things on it. Ambassador, it's not about Germany backtracking. It's not about trust. It's not about that. It's about vital Lithuanian security interest, which is also based in our identity and historical experience. We see now, Žygis talked about Buchas, Irpin, and so on. When when they came and invaded, that's why we needed, to fight back at the right time. We don't say fight automatically. We say about deterrence is cheaper than defense. To have on the ground here in place is a vital force because it deters. After the Second World War, we also waited for support. And that's why for our nations it's so vital to have allies here as much as possible, I understand 10 days in the 10 days model is strong in understanding, in mechanism, in procedures, but for us, we can raise a question, what does it mean, 10 days? Who will say what is a crisis is? What methodology of crisis, the roots of crisis, who will recognize what is a crisis, and who will make the decision and how will make the decision to come to support. And when troops are here in place, there is no such kind of dilemmas. So that's why it's not about Germany, it's about our internal discussions. So what we should maybe better understand what is a vital interest for Lithuanian national security. Deterrence by denial, as Žygis said, not deterrence by punishment, which was operational now in NATO planning, but deterrence by denial. That's why we're talking about forward defense, that's why we're talking about troops here, that's why we're talking about regional plans of NATO and so on and so on. So I think I will stop here, just saying one last thing. It's about Russian future. So don't make a mistake. What Russia will be weak now. Let's not make a mistake. Belarus is absorbed. Belarus is temporarily occupied territory. We call it like this. Kaliningrad region is a little bit now in conventional ground forces demilitarized, but they can reestablish it very, very, very fast. And we're a little bit captured here and feel like, I call it like West Berlin in Cold War times. So it's just because of our vital security needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurynas. And just to make it short, what Laurynas said, we love you so much that we need Germany as much as possible in Lithuania. So this is because of love and, and Ambassador wanted to react to this statement before we give the floor to Mr. Thomas Hendel. Please.
Thank you, Laurynas. I don't want to react with my own words. I want to agree with a central part of what you said in the words of both my minister, my foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, and my federal chancellor, Olaf Scholz. They have a slight variance in what they say. Our minister, when she was here in April, Annalena Baerbock, referring to Bucha expressly, said, we have to defend every square centimeter of NATO territory, and we are going to do it here in Lithuania. The federal chancellor speaks of every square meter, but I think the difference is perhaps negligible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I see more ambassadors joining us. Darius Semashka, former ambassador in Berlin. Thank you so much. He's preparing a NATO summit now. Okay, now we have coming back to our panel, and first to comment is a deputy chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee in German Bundestag, Thomas Hendel, who is not for the first time in Lithuania this year. He is a member also of the Bundestag Defense Committee. He is spokesman for international politics and security of the CSU parliamentary group in Bundestag. Interestingly, before parliament, he worked in semiconductors industry, and we have deputy representative of Taiwan here, so maybe we can talk about it later. And he also served in German military. He was part of the first German contingent of I4 in Bosnia-Herzegovina in '96. We are so glad that you came back, Thomas. And you heard this interesting discussion about German brigade in Lithuania, but I also wanted to ask you about EU part of the story. Really, without your support, without great decision of Berlin on candidate status, it wouldn't happen. When we've been traveling to Kiev with a lot of members of your parliament, we didn't even expect that it might happen. But knowing that EU is something that can fix Ukraine practically, and knowing how much accession talks gave to this country, because you then have a perspective, you have a coordination of every step by Brussels and powerful experts of the European Commission. For example, everything we need now to give as assistance to Ukraine and recovery. We saw an interesting conference in Berlin, but later we saw another interesting conference in Paris. I would love that all those conferences would happen also with the coordination of Brussels and the European Commission, and that we would have a pre-accession mode here, that we would fix everything in Ukraine according to the plan of membership. For this, we need accession talks. In order it wouldn't go to the way some Balkan countries are going, who received candidate status in Thessaloniki in 2003, but some of them didn't start accession talks till now. Sorry to push you a bit more on this additional point, but German brigade is of course something that is so important for all of us. Please, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. Zygis, Excellencies, ambassadors, great to be here again, and I think it's also good to see that it's 4 of us from German Bundestag and more Germans online later on. I think it's it's important to show commitment. You said before it's all about love, and I think this is also a good prospect towards Christmas. But seriously, you mentioned my time in the army. It's long time ago, but it shows that we have gone already a long way with regards to international commitment and being active as a provider of security in other regions, and therefore we did also do our work on a long way within this year with all the learnings from 24th of February onwards, and we performed and already big changes. Mrs. Bellman mentioned already our dependency on Russian gas, for instance, where we really managed, and that can be understood as some positive words towards the government, where we indeed managed to get rid of this dependency and can now be supplied with LNG gas from reliable partners, so to say. So there were big changes already, and I'll come to the EU part of your question later on. But from an opposition point of view, I would say we still lack of leadership, at least in the full steam way as it is needed in these times. I think it's probably only half steam, and that is not sufficient. So with regards to the brigade, I think German government should stick to the statements made and to the commitments made, and also with regards to Ukraine, I think yes, we did a lot of support. We probably do communicate it not in a very good way, so we can improve there as well, but considering the situation, it's clear that we need to do more and much more, and not as Germany alone, but probably as a European initiative, more tanks, more equipment. It's, I think, a serious situation, and once we talk about a goal that Ukraine must win this war, Russia must not win, territory needs to be liberated, then we also need to think about how to reach that goal. We cannot just put out a headline and then say, yes, we provided something, we're also on that list of supporters. We need to act in a way that Ukraine is able to reach that goals that we also put out, and that's I think there is some difference there, and I think this European plan for providing more tanks is a good approach, and I think Germany should take a leadership in that as well. So summarized, we need tanks, more tanks on the ground in Ukraine, and we need tanks and German boots on the ground in Lithuania, and that is something which helps defending us, helps defending our democracies, and helps for a peaceful Europe going forward once Ukraine is liberated from Russian troops. And I think once we have reached that, it's for me also clear that we immediately need to make sure Ukraine will become a NATO member in order to avoid that such a situation happening again in the future. So that is also very important signal we should put out. And then with regards to the EU, I think, we have also in Germany a lot of discussions whether the EU is ready to take more members. Yes, there need to be reforms. We need to have decision processes in general to keep up the strength of the European, to keep up the possibility to come to decisions. But I think apart from that very important discussion, and we need to move on with that, is now time to see the EU more from a geopolitical side, and therefore the accession talks with Ukraine, but also stick to our promises and commitments in the Western Balkans, for instance, is very important. And so for me, the geopolitics needs to be in the focus at the moment, and not so much the internal debates we have about the strength of the European as well. But both need to go together. It's a big challenge, of course, to keep up support of our people, to keep our economic strength. Therefore, China decoupling is an intense debate we have in Germany. I think it's maybe not to a full extent needed at the moment, because we need to consider also economic strength, but in critical areas, I think we need to do the first steps as Germans, as Europeans, and it's also important to strengthen the West as such. So for us, for instance, for Europe, trade agreements with the US is also an important facet or mosaic piece in a stronger Western world, I would say. So we have many things to debate, but sticking to commitments is, I think, the right answer to the challenges we have. And I named a few, and look forward to the discussion on all these different facets. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Well, you speak like Lithuanian Christian Democrat. Nothing to add. That's why we've been learning from you so much. Well, now we know that Germany, we have a lot of important political parties, and we are so happy that together with us we have Ulrich Lechte. I think this is also the second time for you this year in Lithuania. Remember you. Third, yes, oh my God, this is great. This is what it means, partnership with liberals that we also have in our own coalition. Ulrich is a member of Foreign Affairs Committee in German Bundestag. He is also the Foreign Affairs spokesman of the FDP parliamentary group and board member of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians of Interparliamentary Union of IPU. He is also a member of United Nations Associations of Germany and also Association of German Army, among others. Thank you so much, Ulrich, to join us for the third time. The more the better, always. Please, what you can say about this discussion. I also wanted to ask you a bit on this democracy support in general, because we all remember in Lithuania that it was, first of all, Germany to establish those party foundations, then followed by Americans and Reagan in '83, then followed by Swedes, and then followed by Lithuanians this year. Just this year we are establishing our own party foundations inspired by German model. You've been the pioneer. So please, Ulrich, take a floor on anything you want, you heard as a real liberal.
Yeah, dear Sigis, dear Member of Parliament, colleagues, Excellencies, it's a pleasure to be again in this room. It's getting my third living room on the world. It's like being back home here in Lithuania, and I'm really grateful that I made it yesterday evening to the wonderful concert in that wonderful church. And I realized yesterday that already in the last months, a bunch of new renovations have been placed here in Vilnius, and you're making that old diamond a new one again. So I'm really pleased about what's happening in Lithuania around. Talking about history and talking about what's happening right now in the world, I would state that on the 24th of February we ended the after period of Second World War. In our brains there are a bunch of new synapses built up, and when you all talk about Germany has to take the leadership, you have to recognize that we were trained not to lead anymore, and we don't like the part of leadership, talking about Führer. That's nothing that Germans like to talk about, and you're giving us a role that we know that we have it somewhere because we are the biggest folk in Europe. We have 80 million people. We have the biggest economy. We are wealthier than France. We are wealthier than the UK, and we don't like that position either because it would be wonderful if the Grand Nation or Great Britain would be able to spend so much money on warfare right now. And that 100 billion package, it's like, well, on the shield, we hold it up everywhere. That's like the new baby born. Yeah. We are now getting to get that money on the road with that 13 billion right now spent for F-35. And then the next week we had the discussion now with the tank Puma that's not operating as it should be. We had the same stuff with our helicopters, our military stuff, that NH-90. We have 51 of them and only 6 are functioning, and you need for 1 hour flight time 120 hours of having that thing manufactured again, so that it's up in the air. No idea. So we can be happy that the Russians are stated somewhere down there in the Ukraine right now, and that we are not the ones to have to fight them back. You know, by heart we all should be down there in the Ukraine and fight them back, and getting the Russians shit-backed out of our countrysides. And you know that for Germany it's really hard to accept the fact, and I know that your old Chancellor Merkel is trying to find new sentences born for what happened in 2008, but it was a big mistake not to take Ukraine to NATO at that time, and it was a veto by Germany, because there wasn't a period of time when we all tried to hold the peace with Russia, and that good, beloved Putin, friend of German folk and all that. And I would say that we found a new period of honesty, and we have to see that you were right all the decades about your Russians, and you know what it meant to live under them, and sometimes our East German people forgot about that. It's interesting to see, but we in the West, we were always on the sentence, we have to have a good relation to Russia to hold the peace in Europe, and we see now what comes out of that. That friendship with Russia is definitely over, and we should hold that in our brains. The same approach was made to China. So when we talk about crown colony status of Hong Kong, and we see what happened to Hong Kong in the last 2, 3, 4 years, everybody sees that that will be the same thing if our Taiwan friends would try to find any solution with the old buddies of mainland China. So at the end, we have to recognize that there's a democracy with 23 million Chinese on Taiwan, and we have to find a way how we fix that, and we cannot fix that after China has invaded it. So we have to talk about one China policy, for example. That would be not something to see, and I'm not just talking as Ulrich Lechte, because that's not German politics, but we should try to think about a world where there would be 2 Chinese nations once in a while. So, and I would underline the point that geopolitics are back on the center court, and we have to see that we have to fight for our democracy, for our freedom, because that's nothing that will be brought by China to us. And I just had the opportunity to stay for 30 hours in India, and we have to talk about stuff like when we are not capable of giving, for example, India weapons, and the only country on the world that is delivering weapons to India is Russia. So what in the heck should the Indians do when they have as a neighbor China? And they are good old enemies, and all the conflicts between India and China are not solved. But India is the only country on the world by manpower that is capable to defend itself against China. That's 1.4 million now in India, and 1.3 billion people living over there in China. So that's one of the main based facts that we have to see. So I'm talking about honesty in all the international relations. We have to not just to talk, but we have to see what is on focus. That's part of the thing with what I began with. Germany don't like leadership. So you have to tell us that every time you see us, take that stupid leadership and go on. Don't back behind stuff like we are waiting for our partners, what they are deciding for delivering tanks to Ukraine, for example. News narrative that's on the line now is we have to think for the next decades what will happen if German tanks are going to fight against Russia on Russian territory. It's so interesting what people are telling right now in the papers. Yeah, it's bitter. Yeah, bitter. What would be bitter on English? It's really sad. It's bitter. It's so incredible. And I just showed my colleague Sarah Nani. The news narrative is that Poland wants to take the West Ukraine. That's by security, by Secret Service. They told us that Poland is trying to invade the West Ukraine to get the old historic lands back to Poland. Oh my goodness! So we can talk about the kingdom of Lithuania going down back to the Black Sea. And I already told it yesterday to some people, we could talk about the old Franconian Reich, getting France and Germany together, and then together we will fight against Moscow and going down to Russia and take them all. It's so incredible what we have to endure right now in all the debates. So I'm happy to be with you, and I'm looking forward to the discussions. And I'm really, really happy that not we were invaded, because it takes so long time to get that defense industry back online, to get anything out of there. We are debating with the Swiss about that stupid munition for that Gepard. They have it, they don't give it. It's so incredible. Yeah? If we would be on war, forget about that, because on all what we build up on bureaucratic stuff and all that, it's so unimaginable. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ulrich. And just, I think, on behalf of all Lithuanians here, I can say that we need your leadership. We miss your leadership. And we've been growing with your neighborhood for hundreds of years. And we remember a lot of positive of your neighborhood and leadership in the region, starting from Hansa and so on. So we need you back, as you are back for the third time in Lithuania only this year. And now we are turning to green side of Germany. Before we ask Sarah to say a few words, we asked our good old friend Reinhard Butikofer to say a few words from Brussels, who is former co-chair of German Green Party from 2002 to 2008. He was also co-chair of Green Group in European Parliament. He's also leading in an EP delegation with People's Republic of China, and for this he was also sanctioned, as well as some members of our own parliament. That's a video of Reinhard as an introduction to forthcoming Sarah's statement. So we're listening for good old friend of Lithuania.
Dear participants of the Lithuanian-German Foreign Conference 2022, my name is Reinhard Bütikofer and I'm greeting you from Brussels. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you, even though I would have liked doing that very much. Ambassador Žygimantas Paviljonis had invited me, and I really tried to make it possible, but the agenda just was too dense to allow that. I apologize, Žygis, even more so since we are old friends and we are also connected in a new way as being two co-chairs of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. But let me take the opportunity to make two remarks that I think are or could be relevant in the context of the wider Lithuanian-German relations. One is on Ukraine and one is on Taiwan. I can only commend the energetic efforts, the dedication, and the spirit of sacrifice with which the Lithuanian nation has come forward in supporting the Ukrainians in their fight to defend their sovereignty and their territorial integrity against the unprovoked and murderous war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. I must say, in this hour of crisis, we have seen voices coming to the fore that may not always have been listened to sufficiently in the past. And these voices include Poland and the Baltic countries, and also in particular, of course, Lithuania. Several people in Germany are now beginning to confess that we might have had a more successful Russia policy if we would have listened to our friends that share borders with Russia or share very specific historical experiences with Russia. Unfortunately, that was not the case. So to some degree, I think there is a very great need for German self-criticism and the acknowledgement that the voices of friends from the countries I just mentioned and others, including the Czech Republic, including also countries like Romania and others, have to be respected more. I frankly say that I am not satisfied with the contributions that my country is making. It is true that we have turned around some very fundamental policies, opting for a basic decision to indeed supply Ukraine with materials, with arms, with weapons they need, but we're not doing enough. I'm saying this very clearly. I think we should have long started supplying them, for instance, with the famous Leopard 2 tanks, to allow them to really be victorious, because that's what we need, a Ukrainian victory over the Russian aggression. And I want to thank you and commend you again for the role that you're playing. You have become a real European leader in this context of crisis. My second remark pertains to Taiwan. There also, Lithuania has been playing a very exceptional role. When you decided to leave the so-called 17+1 format, which the People's Republic of China has been pursuing in order to divide up the Europeans, and when you decided to enhance relations with Taiwan, you were attacked very heavily by the authorities from Beijing. And for a while, it was not a given whether Europe would really muster the courage to back you up. In the end, the member states came around, the member states and the European institutions came forward to support Ukraine. I'm proud to be able to say that the European Parliament played a very proactive part in that regard. And indeed, by joining our efforts, by coming together, we have made that Chinese attempt to coerce your country and your government futile. It's not succeeding. And I think that gives a very valuable example to many other countries. It is possible to stand up to a bully if like-minded countries show solidarity between each other. And I think you're also on the right track when you enhance the relationship with Taiwan. We just had in Berlin a Taiwan conference in which your Deputy Foreign Minister, Mei Lunas, participated actively, and also your ambassador in Berlin. And I felt honored to have the presence of these Lithuanian friends and being able to demonstrate that in this regard, we are willing also to cooperate. So, in summing up, I really believe Lithuania is playing an important, a constructive, sometimes even a visionary role in the context of the development of a common European foreign policy that is adequate to the challenges that we're up against. And of course, in the center of those challenges is the challenge by authoritarian and totalitarian regimes that pursue a revisionist and imperialist hegemonic perspective. So let's continue the cooperation, let's enhance the cooperation. I wish the Lithuanian-German Forum Conference a very successful time, and I look forward to being able to meet again in person in the future. Thank you and greetings from Brussels.
Well, Sarah, it was a good introduction to your statement. Just to say a few words about you to those who maybe don't know, though everybody I think knows you in Lithuania. Also, Sarah Nani is a member of Defense Committee in the German Bundestag and the spokeswoman on security policy for the Alliance of Green Parliamentary Group. Thank you so much, Sarah. And of course, if you could return to some subjects that we discussed and maybe also could comment a bit this China angle that Reinhard just mentioned. And honestly, I still remember that it was German Chancellor Merkel that wanted to have 27 plus 1, so the meeting of one voice speaking with China, but it didn't happen because of pandemia. And I would love this to be realized, because that was the intention of us leaving 17 plus 1, to have one voice. Until now, we don't have it. And this is not what we are. So maybe we can still do it. But please, Sarah, comment and thank you again for coming.
Thank you for the invitation, Jigis. And first of all, I have to apologize both for my voice, which is still a bit broken after some kind of flu, I guess. And second, for being on the phone all the time, because as my colleague already mentioned, we have a problem with one of our tanks, which is huge, and a lot of press is contacting me right now for giving statements, and it was the news. It was the first news in almost every paper and radio station and TV broadcasting station. So just to give you an impression on what is going on in German political debates today. I would just say one little sentence to China relation. I think that we have to continue to raise awareness, especially within the German economy, for these challenges, but also the rules must be changed here and there. But I think that this is something that is basically must be done in the European Union. We can see this with the discussion of the seaport in Hamburg. There were maps going around on social media and in the messengers showing all the seaports that are already in the hand of Chinese economy, and Germany was a bit of an exception to the rule so far, and there was some in the government who wanted to keep this situation, and others who were not that aware. So I think that it's we have to continue to raise awareness, not only within politics but also within economy. And it's not only true for China; it's also true for Qatar. We saw how they are engaged in European politics in the last week. And this must also start a process of reflection on our relationship to Gulf states as a whole. Not so much in order to stop them or to cancel any kind of interaction, but to be more sensible on possible dependencies. Yes, but it's a constant process, and I don't think that we need tough, very hard decisions, but rather change of mindset. So I wanted to say 2 or 3 things also to the troop situation here in Lithuania, because I have been to the German troops yesterday and the day before yesterday. And the first thing I want to do is thank the politicians of Lithuania, because I really feel that the soldiers are very much welcome here. And the soldiers, the troops, they feel the same. They were showing me all the projects of infrastructure that are now made possible with Lithuanian help. And they really get the feel. I mean, they were telling me in Germany you would never go so fast. So they are very proud of your capacities. So this was my thank, but also I have a wish, because a bit like the ambassador, I feel like the question of what it exactly means, what is written in Madrid, has become a bit of an internal politics issue here, above a level of, that is positive for European relations. And I just refer to what is happening between France and Germany at the moment. We have a lot of conflicts or problems that we have to deal with behind the scenes. But every time we speak in public, we are not pointing at the problems, but we're pointing at what is working out good and where we are making progress. And I really hope that we can be at that point also in German-Lithuanian relationship very soon. I know it's an emotional issue also for your population. I really understand that. But we need to keep calm and carry on united, as I say. Especially because if you look at the details, it's maybe not that easy. First of all, Lithuania is not, I mean, the troops that, I'm also a politician for defense policy, so I like details sometimes. And the country of Lithuania is smaller than the area an army like the German army would need in order to organize its defense. So technically, we have a very difficult geopolitical situation over here. The amount of territory that you need for training for large amounts of troops is much larger than what you could provide here, especially because it's not only a German brigade that you wish to be here permanently, but also other nations who must be hosted. And military, it's a disadvantage if you do not have capabilities to train all the time. It is a disadvantage. This is one thing, and the other thing is the moral. But I see that, and my colleague just said it, who defines when the point is to mobilize? Everybody. And of course, it will not be the day the first rocket hits EU territory. This is too late. But we have to define the moment of mobilization, not only within the bilateral relationship between Lithuania and Germany, but we have to define it for NATO as a whole. So what kind of movements on the ground will trigger our troops from NATO to come to the east in full capacity? And I don't think that we did that till now within NATO, which is a bit irritating. But we should do that. And if we define this moment of mobilization, plus some other stuff that should be done here, I mean, it is also written ammunition and what was the second, logistics, I think. But if we define that moment, we will not, you don't have to fear that people come late. But this is crucial. We have to define that moment together within NATO, and then we will find a way. I cannot do the job of our government, but maybe this is a helpful thought for forthcoming negotiation, and keep calm and carry on united. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for everything you said. And as I understand, in January, two countries agreed to have so-called 2+2 consultations, 2 foreign ministries, 2 defense ministries, where we will try to agree on everything you just told, and also on the host nation support that we still don't have in Lithuania. We know it, we identify our problems, and we have a plan to solve it until 26. We have a clear budgetary commitment that we are considering even turning into the law, because of course we have elections in 2 years. For this to be a national commitment of all the parties, we're thinking even to prove it into the law. And now if Roderick would agree, because we had you as a speaking, and also our advisor of the president, Sigitas is waiting, but I see Dovilė on the screen, the only social democrat in the room, because we've been trying to invite social democrats from Berlin, but actually Dovilė, I think, can represent both parties, because she was in such a good contact with German social democrats. Dovilė, please be a social democrat voice of unity that we need here.
Thank you, Žygis, and thank you, everyone. Just want to make sure that you can hear me all right.
Perfect, yes, perfect. We hear you well.
So thank you, and also for being so accommodating, because unfortunately, influenza is really a very annoying virus, so I can't be here today, not only because I don't feel really like a human being today, but it would be dangerous for all of you. So I'm really happy to participate in this forum. I think that we should do it even more often, because Lithuania and Germany, in my opinion, are not only living now their best relationship period ever, but also at the same time, we are also becoming an example of Team Europe that others could learn from as well. As in all teams, there are sometimes discussions or even intense discussions. Nevertheless, we don't lose our focus, we don't lose our goal, and all the objectives are going to be achieved, no doubt. So as most of you know, I am not only a member of National Security and Defense Committee in this parliament, but also Vice President of Lithuanian Social Democratic Party and chair of the in-party Defense Committee. So therefore, it's only natural that I have really developed, I think, a very close cooperation and even friendship with German SPD. And what I'm really happy about, that we do feel that we were heard and we still are being heard. And only my deepest respect and gratitude goes to the co-president of the party, Lars Klingbeil, and co-president of the party, Saskia Esken, for their ability to integrate what Lithuanian Social Democrats have been telling about Russia, about Ukraine, about our need to cooperate. And Lars has really been very honest in publicly, openly saying that Lithuanian Social Democrats have changed his view towards defense, and not only regarding help to Ukraine, not only regarding naivete towards Russia, but also regarding the necessity to rebuild Bundeswehr. And that's also one of the very important things, because we all know how Europe looks after decades of optimizing, minimizing armed forces, so that US has become the vital safeguard for all of us, and it's not fair. I mean, we all know Lithuania and Germany is now making an exemplary improvement in building Team Europe, as I said, so that NATO is not relying on US so heavily, but we in Europe are also able to pull our own weight as much as possible, especially having in mind that this decade is not going to get any easier, and the next global conflict over Taiwan in really a lot of elements depends on how war in Ukraine is going to end, and how much unity, speed, and efficiency in Team Europe, in the whole Europe, is going to remain. China is going to make its own decisions, its own conclusions based on the cost-benefit analysis, because differently from Russia, China really is able to analyze strategically a bit better. So in that sense, at the same time, we must not play a game of shuffling the same figures to different parts of the board. Strengthening European military capacity must not come at the expense of NATO. Defense capabilities must be enhanced tangibly all over Europe, all over NATO. And I believe we all have learned from our mistakes of ignoring the rise of warmongering dictator and realizing that the only efficient means of de-escalation is actually to be prepared so well that Russia sees no window of opportunity to implement its openly declared goals. And let me remind you that they are aiming at building an empire engulfing all Europe or even more, because Putin has said openly that Russia's territory has no borders, it has no limits. So I think we all realized what would be the cost of allowing second Hitler to carry on with his plans. And now responding to what was being said here before regarding trust and reputation. Do people trust Germany in our side of Europe to want or to be able to take on a leading role? Is this still expected? Yes, yes, of course. It is not only expected, but it is really necessary. And of course, it is really both unfair and damaging to our unity to play the games of favoritism, and denial of Germany's huge contribution is simply unfair. Because, I mean, who else? What other state in the European Union would be big enough, capable enough, financially, economically, militarily, and responsible enough and stable enough, not changing its opinion, and I mean, sorry guys, but not calling Putin like all the time. So in that sense, I think that Germany is not only expected to take on this responsibility of leadership, including military leadership in our team, but also it is needed to take that responsibility. Security is indivisible. You cannot protect a house if at least one window or one door is unprotected. We see that for other states, due to gaps in capacity, stability, complex interests, it's impossible to undertake the role of leading defender or team leader, which stabilizes the defense and guarantees its full functioning. So Germany needs to do this. And actually, this is your chance to assume responsibility to ensure that World War II is not repeated on our soil again. And I know this is like really huge boots to fill in, but you can do it. And by the way, when we talk about Russia, one more remark that I wanted to add. Also, let's not be naive. It's not about one person, and it's not only about what is happening in Russia now. It didn't suddenly go mad. It systematically, for a very long time, completely disregarded international norms. I mean, let's talk about murders on foreign soil. Nobody, I think, forgot Skripal family. First time when biological weapon was used on foreign soil. Hello. I mean, Russia is really good at creating precedents. Or Litvinenko, radioactive polonium of military grade. Or one opponent of Moscow was shot in Berlin. Or critic of Kadyrov was stabbed in France, and another in Vienna, and bombing their opponents all over Asia and Middle East. I mean, I could continue for hours. But let's not forget that only in the past 3 decades, Russia waged 7 wars of aggression, and the world let it slide. So all this after we changed from Soviet Union to Russia. But before that, it was 300 years without remorse, continuously waging invasions, occupying states, exterminating nations, and erasing national identities of so-called brotherly nations. We all see now what is happening in so-called Russian Federation, when people are waking up and people living abroad, forming associations and talking about stolen and destroyed national identity of Tuvis, Buryats, Yakuts, and other people that are not Russian, but they were swallowed by Russia. So we inhabitants of the bloodlands, Lithuania, Poland, and others, we have watched in horror for generations how Russia was allowed to drown us in blood. So for us, seeing Germany change, hear us, and understand its own capacity and responsibility is a very important message. The smaller states now, we believe, will not be sold for the sake of pragmatism or mere cowardice again. No more Munich ever again. And thank you all for being here. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be a participant on this forum. And I hope to see you all even more often.
Thank you, Dovilė. And thank you really for making a tremendous job in Germany, speaking with Social Democrats, because of course this Social Democrat to Social Democrat talk is much more effective sometimes than across the party lines. And now we have two last speakers, because I think we need to warm up this room. Sorry for this, you know, we're saving the energy and sun is coming. We will do something during the coffee break. Maybe we can actually postpone our debates of this panel and push it to the second, because we need to give more space for our business people to speak as well. Maybe we could also push the lunch a bit earlier to 1 o'clock, just trying to save your health, I think, here. So now we have a last guest from Bundestag, who has extensive 27 years of experience in German armed forces. He served in various command and staff positions, including EU Council, NATO headquarters, Brussels and Mons, German Federal Ministry of Defense, positions of battalion commander. So Roderich Kiesewetter, who is now a member of Foreign Affairs Committee in German Bundestag and deputy chairman of Parliamentary Oversight Panel in charge of parliamentary control of German secret services. This is impressive, this is serious. So, Roderick, we spoke a lot about battalion here, but also about NATO membership of Ukraine. Knowing that this is really something that is so close to our hearts. And I think, as some of my American friends sometimes confess, we as NATO made a mistake in Bucharest NATO summit, decoupling between EU and NATO enlargements. We thought this is kind of possible. If we create kind of EU-controlled or accession zone, but as we know from our experience, if you don't have a very clear, heavy military red line draw to Russians by the NATO alliance, they just come and kill you in some time, in 5, 6, 7 years or so, and it might happen even to us here. So let's build that line, and for this, we will never be able to do it without German leadership. That's sure for us. Unity is important. Sorry to push you to this military angle, but with your extensive military experience, what can I do? Please, Roderick. Thank you for coming second time, I think, to Lithuania. It's difficult now to come, but I think this is the second this year.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Tiesiegis, also for the introduction and for pressing me into the military line. My first appointment in the parliament was spokesman for disarmament. So it's really balanced. But it's, by the way, it's my third time. I was also in uniform here in the 90s, but that's long ago, and it's the past. And this year in July, I had the chance to visit you and to talk also to the German troops in Rukla. And this year, I was 3 times in Ukraine. On my way to Odessa and Kharkiv, I had to turn around close to Odessa due to the war in March. I accompanied Friedrich Merz in May, also to Bucha, which was horrible, in Irpin, and in the end of October, where we had all the meetings in cellars and caves due to the alerts. But it's not an adventurous story. We have to be very serious. As parliamentarians, and also as officials and officers, we know there's only one currency which is valid. And this currency is credibility. And therefore, if somebody is demanding leadership or is asking for leadership, we have to avoid ambiguity. And as regards the statement of our ambassador and also of you, Sigis, regarding the brigade, there was ambiguity. And when Sarah Nanny is talking about mobilization time, it would be strategic wisdom to reduce this, and I completely agree, this mobilization time by stationing a brigade for some years. And this is a question of strategic culture. I will come back to this later on, and I'm really enlightened by the contributions today from all sides, and I'm really happy to be here. The question of credibility and strategic culture leads me also to the role of Lithuania. You mentioned it, Sigis, the question of China and Taiwan, and also our friend Reinhard Bütikofer mentioned it. Lithuania is wavering its welfare, not renouncing, but wavering its welfare by its clear position to China. And Germany is pursuing, as many other countries of the world, the One China policy. I question the One China policy because it might be the excuse for China to take over Taiwan. Because for decades, a lot of countries in the world are supporting the One China policy. And therefore we have also to avoid ambiguity. And the question of welfare is not 3 holidays or 3 times holidays a year or a 6-cylinder car. It is a resilient society. It is a reliable blue light, we call it blue light or red light, organization system in a country. It's a question of reliable infrastructure and administration. And then you gain trust to investors and you get also a return on your investment in a valid infrastructure. This is really important because diversification is needed. One example regarding India. Some 11 years ago, India wanted to replace its old Soviet Union weapons by Leopard tanks and British Typhoon fighters. And Germany said, well, we do not deliver. It was a Christian liberal coalition. Germany denied this with the argument it is a crisis area and we do not support the crisis between Pakistan and India. The result was, because India didn't want to purchase American weapons, that they bought Russian weapons. Again, not Soviet weapons, but Russian weapons. So this created dependency. And we have to consider, as Germans, whether we look at, on a strategic level, in certain areas, and who is defending what interests, and who is becoming dependent from whom, if we do not support those who defend the rule-based international order. So the question of leadership is really important if it is credible and not ambiguous, and if it is shared and transparent. My second remark, why need we to defend Ukraine? I see at least 3 reasons, and we are in a debate there in Germany. If Ukraine was to fail, then 3 consequences. First of all, the United States delivering 15 times more regarding weaponry than Germany. The United States might say, okay, the Europeans have not understood, this turns to a European war, we have to pivot to Asia because there are much more challenges than inside the European soil for our future, for also the economic competitiveness of the United States. So it has a transatlantic impact whether we better support Ukraine or not. The second consequence is migration. If the population of Ukraine has no trust in the future of Ukraine, why should they stay? And if we believe in the nuclear threat of Putin, which is only a threat which is not fostered at all, he is threatening and he is feeding the so-called German angst, instead that we are sober and analyze his way of behavior. Then millions of Ukrainians, further millions, will leave the country and they will serve the Russian narrative that we are decadent and not able to withstand, and our societies will be split much more when 7 million Ukrainians are in Poland or 3 to 4 million in Germany. We have now 1.2 million. So we really have to stand together and not to serve the Russian narrative, but to give trust and belief in the Ukrainian society. And this links me to the question of the European Union membership and NATO membership. Of course we have to fight for this, not only for the EU membership. And I hear also some arguments that, well, now with Finland we have 1,100 kilometers in addition, and then with Ukraine we will have 2,000 another kilometers as a border to Russia. This might be difficult. Yes, but it is even more difficult if Ukraine is failing. And this leads me to my third consequence. If Ukraine is fading and we are failing, then we have also third parties looking to us. Why should Tunisia or Morocco or even Egypt open their books to the European Union? They see Ukraine wanting to become part of the rule-based international order, defending the rule-based international order, taking over the rules of European Union, of OSCE, of NATO. And they have no chance to win this war in their borders of 2014. Why should, for example, Egypt open its books to European Union and try to mitigate the deficiencies when in extremis, the European Union, they know, will not defend them, they will not support them, they will not at all try to help them. And therefore, countries like Egypt or Tunisia might shift away from the European Union. I do not speak about NATO in this context. They will say, okay, they are an inner circle, they are a secret club, we are not helpful for them, so we support or we cooperate with the third party, which is China, the winning third party, and they are, and this is my last remark, or second but last remark, China is looking to the sanctions, how effective they are in Russia. They are looking about how the war is affecting us and our societal cohesion, and they are hardening their supply chains. They are looking to become independent in questions of automotive, of pharmacy, of IT, even more than in the past. And then China is also wondering why the West and the rule-based international order did not raise any sanctions against China regarding the Hong Kong issue. So we really need to have a closer look on that, become more resilient, and try diversification. I see our government there on a good way for this diversification, and on purpose they leaked the China strategy and not the national security strategy, because this is also, I believe, affecting the thinking in the Chancellery. The Chancellery has decided, against the advice of 6 ministries and of 2 secret services, to sell a part of the Hamburg harbor, and therefore we have to be really trustful that inside the new government there is enough of energy to convince also the hardliners inside the Chancellery. My last remark is about the cooperation between Lithuania and Germany. Germany has made a big mistake in the beginning of the last decade. We started a narrative in the 90s, which was, we are surrounded by partners and friends, and therefore we could take care about ourselves, and invested a lot in societal cohesion. After unification, this was very necessary, but we invested more than half of our annual budget into social welfare, and we did not invest so much in economic competitiveness, in foreign security, and in domestic security. And to afford this, we had a second narrative: cheap supply chains from China, cheap energy from Russia, and cheap security from the United States. I say cheap, but it's not worth the price. But it is also legal. It was not illegal. It was okay. But we created a third narrative, which was induced by the German industry, and this was, well, if we cooperate with China and Russia, then we might have a chance to change them into transformation societies regarding democracy. So change by trade, change by rapprochement, change by intertwining. This was wrong and ill-advised because we changed due to our dependency. And therefore, I see Lithuania in a role model defining welfare in another way than Germany does. And therefore, we really, I want to come back, need to avoid ambiguity and have to strengthen credibility so we can learn from you. And thank you for this thoughtful discussion here.
for clear words. And now we turn to concluding remarks in this panel by Sigitas Mitkus, my old good friend. We've been doing European integration together in Brussels, including, and now he's advisor to the president, who's educated, who received education also in Germany. So your president signed that famous statement with Chancellor on German brigade. Please, tell us what was in that paper, and as we understood here, we really want to interpret it in one way to keep that European unity, and I think that will happen soon. Please.
Thank you, Žygimantas, and of course it's a great pleasure to be a part of Lithuanian-German Forum and a member of Lithuanian-German Forum, and I would like to welcome ambassadors and members of the Lithuanian-German Forum. Germany is a powerhouse of Europe, technological, political, economic, and now Germany invests heavily into military capabilities and innovations. And of course, we appreciate Germany that it has taken a leadership role in increasing European sovereignty, reducing our dependencies, especially in energy and industrial sectors. President Nausėda met Chancellor Scholz in Berlin 2 days after invasion into Ukraine and a day before famous Chancellor's speech at special session in Bundestag on 27th of February. On that day, Chancellor Scholz declared a turning point in German history and pledged to increase defense spending by 100 billion euros. In August, Chancellor Scholz called for a stronger, more sovereign European Union that is more effective at defending itself and competing against influence of foreign powers. Lithuania and Germany have a lot in common. And I'm not talking about traditional historical links and or the same economic structures we have. I'm talking about first the decisions to increase defense spending, to focus on military innovations, to ensure energy security. By the way, the first LNG terminal was opened this weekend in Wilhelmshaven in record 10 months' time, and build a more robust economic base. And here I would like to support and agree with Roderick that we have to cooperate in chips production, in supply chains, especially in automotive, defense industry, ICT sectors. Second, on joint communique of President Nausėda and Chancellor Scholz, on strengthening NATO eastern flank, an agreement that in addition to the current forward presence battle group already in place, Germany is ready to lead a robust and combat-ready brigade in Lithuania, dedicated to deter and defend against Russian aggression. And here we are looking forward to practical talks between ministries of defense, ministries of foreign affairs, just to agree on all practicalities. But the most important goal is to win the war. It's also important to start accession talks as soon as possible with Ukraine. We also need to fight for NATO membership of Ukraine. And here Germany's leadership is crucial. I would agree with German political director that it's important to know that there is a change in thinking of European policymakers, that security policy and economic goals can be separated. Neither China, nor Russia, nor US face this situation. We have started using geo-economic instruments such as sanctions, trade policy, investments policy, other instruments of our foreign security policy. We also need to look at transatlantic cooperation for promoting global standards, especially in digital economy field, and strengthening ties, especially in research and innovation, because European Union is lacking behind the US. Only 3 out of 9 innovation-based growth sectors we can compete with US colleagues. And my last point is on effective multilateralism. Our transatlantic community should work more efficiently and effectively in the international organizations and other continents, especially in Africa, Latin America, southeastern part of Asia. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sigita. So I just need to repeat what our President's office said: to have German brigade in Lithuania, to win the war, to start accession negotiations of Ukraine to EU, and to fight for Ukrainian NATO membership. This will make all Lithuanians very happy. So on this note, I would love to conclude the discussions of the first panel, because we need to warm up. Coffee is ready. Journalists would like to take some interviews from you. Let's mingle, and let's restart in 30 minutes in this room. Okay? Thank you so much.
Internet.
oder Hörer. Na, bin ich jetzt wieder raus? Oder können wir jetzt?
Friends, please take your seats. We are starting the second and last panel that will be led by my good old friend Dominic Cotto, Deputy CEO of German Baltic Chamber of Commerce in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. Dominic, please take the lead.
Yes, thank you very much. Dear all, dear ambassadors, dear excellencies, dear participants of the second panel, welcome to the economic part of today. And of course, Žygimantas, thanks a lot for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to discuss the economical part of this equation. Because, as also Mr. Kiesewetter hinted at earlier on, a stable and strong inner European economy is a prerequisite and a part of a possible solution for today's difficult environment. And we as the AHK are already for 25 years supporting German and Lithuanian close business relations, and this also will be now the topic of the second discussion. So how to strengthen the German-Lithuanian and European business resilience. So first, there will be a keynote address by Melanie Hummel, and she belongs to the Christian Social Union of Bavaria, and has been serving as State Minister for the European Internal Affairs in the cabinet of Minister President Markus Söder since 2021. She also has been a member of the Landtag of Bavaria since October 2003, and prior to her current role in Bavaria's state government, Hummel served as State Minister for Health and Nursing in the cabinets of successive minister presidents Horst Seehofer and Söder. So, Ms. Hummel, welcome and thank you very much. Can you hear and see us? We see you.
Sehr geehrter Herr Ratschewitschus, sehr geehrter Herr Professor Freiherr von Stetten, sehr geehrte Abgeordnete des Deutschen Bundestages, sehr geehrte Mitglieder des Seismas der Republik Litauen, sehr geehrte Exzellenzen und Mitglieder des diplomatischen Korps, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Ein herzliches Grüß Gott aus Bayern. Es ist mir ein großes Anliegen, dass ich heute zumindest virtuell zu Ihnen sprechen kann. Seit nunmehr 2 Jahren jagt eine globale Krise die nächste. Corona scheint überwunden, da erschüttert uns der russische Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine. In Europa kämpfen wir mit Rezession, Energiekrise und drohender Wirtschaftskrise. Da ist die Jahreskonferenz Litauen und Deutschland Europa 2022 ein wahrer Lichtblick, der hoffnungsvoll stimmt. Diese Konferenz kann aus meiner Sicht Impulsgeber sein für die vertiefte Zusammenarbeit der Zukunft zwischen unseren beiden Ländern. Litauen und Deutschland sind Partner in der EU. Für Litauen ist Deutschland der größte ausländische Investor und Handelspartner. Wir in Bayern pflegen gute Kontakte zu Litauen. Der litauische Botschafter ist regelmäßig zu Gast in Bayern. Und wie ich höre, gibt es Pläne, ein Generalkonsulat in Deutschland zu eröffnen. Bayern ist mit 120 konsularischen Vertretungen stärkster konsularischer Standort in Deutschland. Wir in Bayern würden uns daher sehr freuen, auch Litauen mit einem Generalkonsulat bei uns begrüßen zu können. Die Veranstaltung heute bietet Gelegenheit, über den Tellerrand unserer bestehenden Kooperationen zu blicken und künftige Anknüpfungspunkte unserer Zusammenarbeit auszuloten. Ganz besonders freut es mich, dass neben Vertretern aus Politik auch Unternehmen und Kulturschaffende teilnehmen. Denn das zeigt, eine starke Partnerschaft lebt auch von der Beteiligung unterschiedlicher Bereiche gesellschaftlichen Zusammenlebens. Der russische Angriffskrieg auf die Ukraine hat uns sehr deutlich gezeigt, wie wichtig der Multilateralismus auch im Jahr 2022 ist. Wir brauchen starke Partner, um die Krisen unserer Gegenwart und Zukunft zu meistern. Die großen Zukunftsaufgaben können wir nur gemeinsam lösen. Gerade vor diesem Hintergrund müssen wir in Europa unsere bilaterale Zusammenarbeit weiter ausbauen und vertiefen. Das Thema der heutigen Keynote ist deshalb perfekt gewählt. Durch den Krieg in der Ukraine hat sich unser Fokus erweitert. Es geht um Klimaschutz und darum, möglichst autark von russischen Energielieferungen zu werden. Die Bedeutung Russlands als Energieexporteur hat weltweit die Preise an den Märkten für Öl und Gas in die Höhe schießen lassen. Wir wissen alle, was das bedeutet, wenn die Energiekosten explodieren und gleichzeitig Lieferketten wegbrechen, führt das auch zu Produktionsstopps und Kurzarbeit. Gleichzeitig wird die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, insbesondere unserer energieintensiven Unternehmen, bedroht. Es geht dabei um sehr viele Arbeitsplätze. Der Wohlstand und die soziale Absicherung erscheinen für viele Menschen gefährdet. Unser gesamtes Wirtschaftsmodell steht damit auch auf dem Prüfstand. Deutschland muss die Abhängigkeit von Russland in Sachen Energie daher schnell verringern. Wir stehen vor der Aufgabe, Versorgungssicherheit und Bezahlbarkeit kurzfristig zu sichern. Mittel- und langfristig brauchen wir eine angepasste Versorgungsarchitektur. Wir alle sind auf eine stabile, verlässliche und bezahlbare Energieversorgung angewiesen. Bayern ist schon jetzt Spitzenreiter beim Ausbau der erneuerbaren Energien in Deutschland, bei Photovoltaik, Wasserkraft, Biomasse und Geothermie. Nur beim Wind sind wir nicht an der Spitze, aber immerhin auf Platz 8. Gerade haben wir im Kabinett beschlossen, die Stromerzeugung aus regenerativen Energien bis 2030 insgesamt zu verdoppeln. Anfang November hat der Bayerische Ministerrat auf seiner Haushaltsklausur ein Energiepaket für die erneuerbaren Energien beschlossen, und zwar in namhafter Höhe von 500 Millionen Euro. Auch Europa geht hier mit sehr hoch gesteckten Zielen voran. Die EU hat mit dem Green Deal einen historischen Meilenstein gesetzt. Bis zum Jahr 2050 will die EU die Treibhausgasemissionen netto auf 0 reduzieren. Hier kann die EU eine klimapolitische Vorreiterrolle einnehmen, wenn es gelingt, Klimaschutz, industrielle Produktion und Wohlstand miteinander zu versahnen. Bayern sitzt dabei auf grünen Wasserstoff. Ohne Wasserstoff- und Brennstoffzellentechnologie kann Bayern sein Ziel, bis 2040 klimaneutral zu werden, nicht erreichen. Unser Bedarf an grünem Wasserstoff beträgt derzeit ca. 5 Milliarden Kilowattstunden und wird nach aktuellen Prognosen bis 2040 auf 75 Milliarden Kilowattstunden im Jahr anwachsen. Ein beschleunigter Aufbau einer umfassenden Wasserstoffwirtschaft wird uns helfen, die Abhängigkeit von Russland sowie generell von fossilen Energieträgern zu verringern. Wir brauchen hierfür vor allem den Ausbau des nationalen und europäischen Wasserstoffnetzes. Mit unserer bayerischen Wasserstoffstrategie und der Wasserstoff-Roadmap bauen wir auf unsere Hightech-Stärken. Wir fördern die Errichtung von 50 Elektrolyseuren mit rund 150 Millionen Euro und setzen auf den Ausbau von Wasserstofftankstelleninfrastruktur. In diesem Zusammenhang hat das bayerische Kabinett erst vor gut 2 Wochen den Auf- und Ausbau regionaler und nachhaltiger Wasserstoff- und Mobilitätsinfrastruktur beschlossen. Mit der Forschungsoffensive Wasserstoff und dem Zentrum Wasserstoff Bayern investieren wir in Forschung und Entwicklung. In Wunsiedel nahe der tschechischen Grenze entsteht Bayerns größte Elektrolyseuranlage zur Herstellung von grünem Wasserstoff. Für die Wasserstoffförderung investiert Bayern in den kommenden Jahren insgesamt fast 650 Millionen Euro. CO2-frei erzeugter grüner Wasserstoff ist der Energieträger der Zukunft. Der steigende Bedarf an Wasserstoff ist eine große Herausforderung für Wirtschaft und Politik, denn der gesamte Wasserstoffmarkt, sprich Produktion, Netz, Speicherung, Anwendungen, muss erst aufgebaut werden. Damit der Umstieg gelingt, brauchen wir starke Partner, und zwar weltweit. Unser bayerischer Ministerpräsident Dr. Markus Söder war hierzu erst Ende November in Kroatien und hat mit dem kroatischen Präsidenten und dem österreichischen Bundeskanzler über die Energieplan der Zukunft gesprochen. Das Ziel ist ambitioniert. Wir wollen ein europäisches Wasserstoffnetz mit Pipelines für Gas und Wasserstoff. Auch Litauen bietet hier als Kooperationspartner riesiges Potenzial. Für diese internationale Wasserstoffkooperation setzen wir auf starke Partner, wie auch Litauen. Gemeinsam können wir die Herausforderungen des Aufbaus einer Wasserstoffwirtschaft bewältigen. Bayern schlägt hierzu eine internationale Wasserstoffkonferenz vor, mit Vertretern der EU-Kommission und unserer Partnerländer mit Wasserstoffpotenzial wollen wir über alle diese Hürden springen, um unser gemeinsames Ziel zu erreichen. Litauen ist dabei einer unserer Wunschpartner. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, ja, wir leben in Krisenzeiten, aber genau in Zeiten wie diesen zeigt sich die Bedeutung und die Stärke von Kooperation und Zusammenhalt, wie wir seit über 70 Jahren in Europa leben. Lassen Sie uns gemeinsam an einer starken Zukunft bauen. In Bayern, in Deutschland, Litauen und Europa. Vielen herzlichen Dank.
So, I think this was a very good opening to this discussion, as this shows that Lithuania is already a preferred partner for Germany. and will probably even be more so in the future. But now let's turn to Jovita Nelupšiena. So welcome and thank you very much for being here. You are the Deputy Minister of the Foreign Affairs, former Deputy Minister of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania, and we have had already a lot of common topics in the past, and you have been very active participants in initiatives aimed at strengthening economic relations between Lithuania and Germany, and you have been a regular speaker also at events organized by us both here in Lithuania and also in Germany. So thank you very much for being here once again, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for Žygimantas inviting me again to this Lithuanian and Germany event, the forum, annual one, and I do believe that it has really the essence in it and the sense to have it at the very end of the year, actually to sum up what happened during the whole this year, and what happened not only for our bilateral relations, but as well in Europe and globally. And I'm very happy that Minister Hummel mentioned that we are on the way to open our Consulate General in Bavaria. Hopefully this will strengthen definitely bilateral, but mostly economical relations between Lithuania and Germany. But as Minister mentioned, numerous Bavarian representations all around Germany and in the world. So we would welcome Bavarian representation here in Vilnius. You know, everything is reciprocal. So I do believe that, as it was nicely put, Lithuania and Germany are very preferential and preferred partners. I think this actually shows that our cooperation between Germany and Lithuania is based on common values and interests. We are maintaining close political, economical, cultural relations, not only on our government level, but not only on business, but as well non-governmental organizations and people-to-people contacts. Lithuania and Germany work hand in hand in the EU and NATO and other international forums. Lithuania highly appreciates solidarity and the contribution on the part of Germany in strengthening security in Lithuania and in the eastern borders of NATO by assuming leadership role in multinational NATO EFP in Lithuania. We put a lot of emphasis on that, and a lot of expectations comes with that. European business face difficult conditions in global economy because of continuing COVID crisis, price rise, the Russian war in Ukraine. That's why it's important to cooperate even more than ever. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a quick look on our current economic agenda until now. So Germany is the major economic partner for Lithuania. It's a trading partner number 2, but for Lithuanian origin goods, it's a trading partner traditionally for the long years. It's a traditionally number 1 partner. Main destination for our service exports, and definitely the trade between our countries have been growing twofold numbers for already quite a number of years. Germany is the biggest investor in Lithuania, and FDIs from Germany are constantly growing. And I heard good news that some of them would be coming the beginning of the next year, although I always was taught that you never disclose that beforehand. And recently we actually celebrated 25th anniversary since establishing Baltic Germany Chamber of Commerce here. So we have strong connections, and certainly in some industrial sectors, to name a few. Successful investments of German automotive companies a few years ago have really greatly contributed in making Lithuania an important part of European automotive supply chains. We have Lithuanian manufacturers producing the standard of such world market leaders as Mercedes, Volkswagen, MAN, Iveco. For Lithuanian laser companies, Germany is the most important and major market, having strong scientific and technology transfer competences. Lithuanian Engineering Industry Association works closely with German industry stakeholders since 2016, namely with German Innovation Center for Industry 4.0. This successful partnership is aimed at exchange of ideas on national strategies to improve digitalization of our industry. To progress our economic cooperation, we should expand further our bilateral trade and mutual beneficial partnerships in various fields, especially focusing on higher value-added sectors like industrial engineering, lasers, biotech, ICT. Not to mention that there is still a lot of untapped potential in more traditional sectors like food production, textiles, clothing industry, furniture, and chemistry. Increased focus on engineering skills and competences has enabled us to develop and produce innovative products like Internet of Things solutions, e-drive systems, and many more. Today, we are looking for the prospects in the sector of semiconductors. A partnership with Germany in this field would be great importance for us. Lithuania is recognized as a hub for information and communication technologies and further positioning itself as a center of excellence in fintech, cybersecurity, e-businesses, and e-government solution. We have around 500 digital government services. More than 90% of public services are available online. Lithuania is recognized among the global leaders in the field of cybersecurity. One of their unicorns are actually works in the field of cybersecurity. Our ICT companies are already invited to share their experience worldwide and could play a role in Germany's digital transformation. Presently, life science generates in Lithuania 2.5% of GDP. We're steadily making our way to become, by 2030, the life science hotspot in the region, when the life science sector could realistically generate more than 5% of GDP. We would like to broaden our cooperation with Germany even more in this field. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to encourage German companies to continue investing in Lithuania. Despite geopolitical turmoil, Lithuania remains a safe and secure place for investment. Hope that a so-called German FDI train directed to Lithuania will continue to move further on. It is in the interest of Lithuanian companies to integrate better their businesses to global value chains. German companies having a strong position in global economy could be our first partners. Industry automatization and robotization is already affecting contract manufacturing relationships between companies. Therefore, integrating into Germany's high value-added supply chains would let Lithuanian companies to improve further their productivity and process efficiency. German business could benefit from the good cost-quality ratio. In recent years, Lithuania has been ranking in top 20 of the Global Economic Freedom Index and the World Reports of the Ease of Doing Business. Our government is committed to pursue further opportunities to improve business and investment conditions. The package of laws called the Green Corridor offers significant tax incentives and cuts red tapes, making faster and easier for international businesses to set up and expand large-scale operations in Lithuania. It has been targeting investments and promoting transition to renewable energy sources, introducing environment-friendly and waste-reducing technologies, while looking for synergies with the EU Green Agenda and bring scientists, business, and public sector together for common goal, to properly prepare for the green and innovative future. Therefore, we would like to broaden our cooperation even more, especially in the areas of renewables and hydrogen research. As we heard today, Bavaria is clearly open for that. The best way to promote active economic cooperation is to encourage active participation in the international trade fairs and establishment of direct B2B contracts. Bavaria is, of course, famous for their different trade fairs, where Lithuanian business are frequent guests, and in the numerous trade fairs in Germany, we invite German counterparts to visit important events in Lithuania as well. One of those is the specialized exhibition of technologies, innovation, and engineering solution Baltechnica, which is the only and the most important event of the year for the engineering industry in Lithuania and in the region, usually held in October. We see potential in partnering in defense area. Invite you all to Baltic Miltech Summit, which will be held on 25th of April prior to the NATO summit. In 2021, Baltic Miltech Summit hosted around 500 defense experts, policymakers, innovators of military forces, small industries, large corporations, and researchers from all around the world from 30 countries. We invite business and science representatives from Germany to participate in Life Science Baltic Forum, which is the only international forum in the Baltic Sea region for the world-class biotechnology, pharmaceutical, medical device experts. This will be held in September of 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we speak about Zeitenwende often these days. Chancellor Scholz put this concept in a very geopolitical context, but it is much more, having in mind the change we are living through right now. Russia's aggressive war in Ukraine impacted business a lot. Inflation, high energy prices, rerouting energy flows, safety and security of investments, authoritarian regimes ganging together against everything we have known about free trade and rule-based order. We need a Zeitenwende in economy. As trusted and reliable partners, Lithuania and Germany are destined to work together on this. Germany is planning to reach 2% of defense spending. We are already above this threshold. This is extremely important for NATO, for the EU security. It is what we are looking for very much in Lithuania. But this is an opportunity for joint business cooperation. Building up defense industry and connecting Germany and Lithuania via chains in this field would be mutually beneficial. Changing our stance on energy dependencies. One resource supply in any field is a risk. But in energy, one resource or one supply resource is a risk for the whole economic structure. Greening is an important answer. New technologies, such as hydrogen, is the other answer. The EU has to work not simply to strengthen EU energy union, but to create energy generation union. This should be our joint effort. 2 years ago, we spoke about European autonomy, but it was theoretical discussion. Now we have learned a hard lesson. Supply chains can break, economic coercion can be used against one member state, but as well it can be used against the whole single market. Supplies of raw materials can be put on hold. The answer for that is diversification and reviewed Indo-Pacific strategy. China is not a solution for our economies. They can be our partners if they choose so, but they have to act according to our rules or within the international order. Trade with Russia. We have, over the 10 months, Lithuania, not years, but months, the translator. The last 10 months, we have bought from Russia, we imported from Russia 106 billion of values. Definitely, it was not sanctioned goods. We have issued all around Europe numerous numbers of certificates to allow trade in sanctioned goods. We cannot put the sanctions on everything. We cannot negotiate sanctions on everything. It will never be the same. But every euro traded with Russia is a euro which goes for war. And this is a choice. Lithuanian government for the last 10 years haven't been given an advice for our business to trade or not with Russia. That was the solemn choice of business. And this is, of course, it's not my stand today to say that we have to give an advice for business. They take their own risks, be it a moral, be it a business price risk, but this is a choice. And the choice to be done by business. And I continue to trust our close cooperation with Germany between our countries will develop for the benefit of our nations and our common goal: rebuild a greener, more sustainable, stronger, united, more resilient, and more safer Europe. In this spirit, I wish you all the successful exchange of ideas, interesting and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lipschena. So, very nice to hear that you are planning to even further strengthen the cooperation between Lithuania and Germany, and to create the necessary infrastructure and incentives, because this also makes our work a lot easier to attract German businesses here in Lithuania. You also mentioned the already made big investments here in Lithuania. I'm very glad that we have examples here today, also in this panel, so we will hear from them later about their experiences, maybe also about their challenges. But you also made some very good points that showed how close diplomacy and economy are intertwined, and that you cannot treat one without the other. And this is exactly what we're going to talk now a little bit in more detail. So, our next speaker is the Lithuanian ambassador to Germany, Your Excellency, Mr. Ramūnas Misiulis. So also thank you very much for joining. In 2021, you were appointed to the Lithuanian embassy in Berlin already for the third time, now as ambassador, and we are very much pleased about that. You are a very experienced diplomat, an open and excellent partner for us, for the AHK, also for the embassy here in Lithuania, I would assume, and it's a pleasure to work with you. So please share your experience on where you think special attention needs to be paid to make Lithuania more visible in Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. First of all, one small remark, since we have three working languages, I would prefer to switch to Lithuanian one, because I have prepared my presentation in Lithuanian. So, gerbėmieji Lietuvos Vokietijos forumo nariai, ponios ir ponai.
Participants of the Lithuanian-German Forum, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in the change of political reforms. Now we see a war going on and geopolitical ambitions of non-democratic regimes. In the face of all of this, the production and supply chains have slowed down or have been cut. And this has seriously affected the economics of Lithuania and the world. There is no need to look for new suppliers, contractors, new sources of raw materials, and to change their business or supply strategies. But now let's take a different look. Any changes and crises also mean possibilities. When the old processes stop functioning, we are forced to renew ourselves and to look for new ways and solutions that mean the the spirit of the time. That is, we have to become more modern and more effective. Therefore, I would like to pose the question in a different way. What new opportunities and what tasks does the newly developing political and economical situation changes? And how can we enhance the resilience of business and to help it face the current challenges?
Iš būtent, kaip jūs minėjot, iš Lietuvos Respublikos ambasados Vokietijoje
I would like to speak from the point of view of the Lithuanian embassy to Germany. Lithuania is seen as strategic partner. In the eighth government of the Republic of Lithuania sees Germany as a very important partner. It is the first largest investor, it is the second largest partner, and it is number one by the Lithuania's export. The Council of Diplomacy has named Germany as the target country and as the main country for attracting investment, as well as priority partner in cooperation in IT and innovations. All of this demonstrates that quite a lot of cooperation is there, but the question is how to move forward in the face of these political and economic changes. In Germany, as well as the entire world, we see the Zeitenwende, which is not just a German word. Businesses, including German business, is moving away from Russia, while politicians continue talking that political risk in China is becoming too big and that it is necessary to remove the business from China as well. And the people continue talking more loudly about the fact that production has to be relocated back to Europe. So now I have a question for Lithuania and its business. Maybe this is a new chance for Lithuanian and German business. Thinking about business development, we have to think about the win-win situation. Both sides have to give as well as take. And the question is, what can Lithuania offer for Germany and for German businesses? First and foremost, it is work and production in Europe based on clear and easily foreseen business rules with the simplest logistics, short supply chains as they are currently now. We can also offer special investment programs into Lithuania, such as the Green Corridor, allowing the greener investments to be made more rapidly, including zero profit tax for the period of 20 years. We can offer a well-developed IT infrastructure, but most importantly, I think, it is the similar mentality and working culture, as well as the desire to work and to achieve. We do have preconditions for continuing and developing business ties between Lithuania and Germany. We just have to find the best way to do that. In order to enhance the cooperation with Germany this year, Lithuania's embassy to Germany has had the Department of Economy, and now it's been reinforced. There is even a second position of a diplomat economist. Therefore, now Lithuania awaits of the work results. And I would like to thank the Ministries of Economy and Innovations, as well as for the Association Invest in Lithuania, to Lithuanian honorary consuls for all your work, and within the work of Team Lithuania. We are developing the present relations between Lithuania and Germany. And finally, I would like to say a few words about the specificity of cooperation between Lithuania and Germany. Referring to political cooperation on security matters, we can address it on the level of federal government in Germany. Regarding business and economics, I can say that Germany is not a single country. It is a country that consists of 17 landers with its parliament, with its economy, and based one of them exceeding Lithuania according to its GDP. Business is the competence of the federal landers in Germany. Therefore, in order to develop business, one has to work with these land tags and their associations, as well as the politicians working in the lands. Now we have some experience with Baden-Württemberg, Bavaria, Hessen, Mecklenburg, Saxony, and Northern Westphalia, Holstein landers.
And when
we make ties, we have to go to these landers, and it is not a very simple thing to do because of the long distance. Thus, in response to the presentation by Melanie Humble, I would like to wish all of us to see the times when Lithuania has not only an embassy, but also a consulate general, or consulates general to Germany. Well, Munich could be the priority area. It is hard to foresee other areas now, and I would like to wish all of us to be successful in opening the consulate general. That would be a huge achievement. And then, being right there on the spot, we could promote economic relations and business development between Lithuania and Germany. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So you also mentioned the supply chains, and that this is a very good opportunity right now. But you also mentioned the similarity of the mentalities and business values of both countries. So I think this is also very important. Also, it's very encouraging to see that you have now 3 business attachés instead of 1 in Germany. And you also mentioned how important it is not to work only with the German federal government, but also with the different federal states. And regarding this, I also have a question, because this year we had very important guests, more than ever before, such as the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock. We had here in April, and we also had Mrs. Franziska Brandner here in Lithuania, the Parliamentary State Secretary at the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, who actually came twice, including to our anniversary here of the AHK. And representatives of the Lithuanian government have also visited their counterparts in Berlin on a number of occasions and presented also Lithuania at trade fairs, for example, at the Laser Fair in Munich and also other events. But what is your experience of how important it is, the role of politicians actually in Germany in opening doors for Lithuanian companies in Germany?
Lietuvos politikams tai yra labai svarbu, kaip aš sakau, yra viena iš mano pagrindinių tezių. Tai yra
one of the most important things, the party diplomacy and parliamentary diplomacy. This is key, because, first of all, having in mind economics and business, it is very important to utilize, to use the Group for Interparliamentary Relations between Lithuania and Germany. Here is an example. At the end of October, beginning of November, a delegation from Lithuania went to Hessen federal lands and they met politicians there. They also met representatives of the Ministry of Economy, and these contacts can be further developed by the embassy and by the consulate. And these relations, these ties can lead to very specific business cooperation.
Thank you once again, Mr. Ambassador. So let's move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Vidmantas Janulavičius. He is the head of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, and this organization, as probably most of us here in this room know, brings together 86 business organizations, and the manufacturing companies that are member of the LPK account for actually 83% of Lithuania's total export production. So Mr. Janulavičius actually speaks with one voice for the majority of Lithuanian exporting companies to Germany, and Germany here is the main export market for many of the LPK members. And strengthening the competitiveness of Lithuanian industry is one of the key objectives of your organization. Mr. Janulavičius, please share what you think is needed to ensure the sustainability of Lithuanian industry, also in context with Germany and also whole Europe. Please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Otter. Maybe in the case of the translation, I will switch on to the Lithuanian language, if it's okay for all of us.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to attend the forum. Our relations with Germany were, are, and will be very extensive. As of 1991, the active investment first and foremost came from Germany, and the trade exchanges started in 1921 and continued up to these days. Therefore, Germany is one of the major partners of Lithuania. Lithuania is rather small for Germany. However, I believe it is one of the closest partners, especially in the area of production. A few numbers. Now, according to the latest data, I can say that about 87% of companies belonging to the Union of Industrialists, we have 47, it accounts for 47% of the GDP, and the Lithuanian economics indicators are rather good. We have a growth of 2.5% of GDP, and this is one of the best results in the Baltic countries, despite the fact that a few of our neighbors went into recession. 2.5% is represented by industry, 0.5% is accounted by agriculture, and then IT services and other export services. So industry is a backbone of Lithuania's economy. We are approaching to 22% of the gross national national product. We have grown, and this is one of the best results achieved. We have grown not because of our proactiveness. During the pandemic, we have managed to enter into cooperation with certain suppliers from Asia, and then Lithuanian business was working, and we engaged in cooperation with southern countries, including China. And this has demonstrated the vitality of the Lithuanian business, and the majority of the orders came from Germany. The third quarter and the fourth quarter will be very positive for the Lithuanian economy, and the majority of orders, especially of the processing industry, came from Germany. Therefore, Lithuania's success and Germany's success is our success, because a lot of components, and in the future there will be more components, are supplied to the German market. Indeed, considering the size of Lithuania, it is rather small, but for us it is very important to see how Germany is going to transform itself into the green economy. As we have heard, it is very important for Germany to transform into a new green stage regarding the CO2 emissions. I especially have in mind the heavy industry. And if we see Germany's success during its transformation into the green economy and green hydrogen, I am certain that all the other countries will follow suit. Referring to the third countries, neither Lithuania nor Germany have no natural resources. This is the thing that unites us. But we can develop the added value thanks to our people, the labor force, and inventiveness. 1/3 billion euros was spent in the third countries for natural resources in the third quarter. Just imagine this number. The GDP is 16.5 trillion, and it means that we have spent almost 12% of our income in the third countries for natural resources. And what could we do with this money if it stayed within the country? That would substantially increase the added value, and that's what we have to continue thinking about. Let me say that the green hydrogen needs green energy, and here we are united. The Baltic Sea allows us to integrate the wind energy. According to the recent research, from 40 to 80 gigawatt installations can be made. 80 gigawatt means more than 100 billion investments. It also represents the ownership of electricity by all the neighboring countries, such as the Nordic countries, Poland, and that would ensure an adequate price. I am talking about a single investment by the European Union, and then we would have the return for 20-30 years. It has been calculated that if we manage to develop the vertical structure and to invest and to share the development of the wind power. We could have about 200 billion for our domestic purposes. In terms of money, that means the price of electricity between 2 and 4 euro cents. And that would mean that the green hydrogen would cost as much as the fossil fuel. Therefore, we have to do everything in order to have green industry, green heavy industry, and I have in mind steel and other things, in order to be independent from the third countries for the majority of money to stay for domestic needs. We all know that as of the 1st of September, we have a CO2 carbon border adjustment mechanism. And this means that if we implement this, then in the long term, our products, starting from cars and ending by small parts, will have the lowest CO2 footprint. And that allows us to get protected from the third countries that are not very eager to employ environmentally friendly technologies. The countries that use fossil fuels, their industry is subsidized. And then we would really like to make very concrete steps. We need to cooperate, discuss these things, and we would like Germany to open up even more for Lithuanian exports. Regarding the carbon border adjustment mechanism, I think that would allow to develop wind and solar energy. And then we could invite the investors by saying that we can plan the price of electricity for 20 years, since we have invested into the renewable energy sources like wind and solar power. And I think that a number of Germans would like to invest in Lithuania because we have good employees who are eager to work. And the business newspaper published an article saying that Lithuania is a leader in terms of salaries in the Baltic countries. Referring back to the invitation to invest in Lithuania, I think once we have the infrastructure with a fixed electricity price with the lowest CO2, we can invite a lot of investments to Lithuania. And we have the people willing to work, and this is our desire. We need more investment, and of course, we want more Lithuania's export to Germany. And one other thing I would like to touch upon, since we are not the countries that have fossil fuel, and since we are not the countries that have a lot of expensive materials, we have to speak about the supply of these materials. It is important to have raw materials. It is not enough to have factories. New electronic opportunities, the Internet of Things and microelectronics presupposes that we have the semiconductor industry and silicon. We have made a mistake when we allowed the large EU investors leave Lithuanian market for China. And I have in mind Wacker Chemie and other companies. This was a huge mistake. In 1917, 1918, we did need to support these industries. Regarding the new type batteries, solar energy, chips, microchips. Unfortunately, we were not able to produce large scale, and then these industries moved to China. We have to look up to the US and do everything we can. There are few countries that are democratic and do not support Russia. We have to unite our effort regarding Kazakhstan, because this country needs EU's attention. Our colleagues from BDI talked about the investment to the third countries, the democratic countries, and would be very logical, because we will hardly be able to do anything without raw materials. And the indicators between Lithuania and Germany to that regard are very similar, 22% and 25% respectively. We have to invest into the natural resources in the countries that uphold values similar to ours, and in this way we would ensure not price volatility. And when I talked about semiconductors, I have in mind magnesium, cobalt, silicon, and our investment strategy is very important, because if we did what the Chinese are doing in Africa now, if we had invested into the mining, we would fix the costs of these raw materials in the long term, and that would allow us to be foreseeable with the electricity price, hydrogen price fixed. We could have a sustainable growth in the European Union, and we could be in the best and the greenest in terms of CO2 carbon border adjustment mechanism. Therefore, I think we have to work together. The development is to the right direction, and we do hope for better proactiveness of German politicians and business people for us to have the strong bridges. And we hope that these bridges that we have already developed, indeed, we share the Baltic Sea, and I hope that we will have a very strong eastern flank, industrial flank, that could be the cornerstone on the EU level. And as I have already said, we have to save this 1 trillion euros for the European Union, and Lithuania can be the place for investment. Well, for Germany, it is quite hard to develop the renewables, because it is densely populated, more densely than Lithuania. And I hope that in the course of the decade, when we achieve these ambitious targets, we could have an electricity link with Germany, and we could supply more electricity to Germany. These are the ideas and goals of our industrialist union, and I look forward to our communication and cooperation. And thank you, and I'm ready to answer the questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Janulavicius, for this very extensive answer. Actually, you have mentioned all the points that I also wanted to ask you later on, but you said that Germany was, is, and always will be a very strong business partner for Lithuania. And you also mentioned the unfathomable figure of 1 trillion euros, which should be maybe also used to invest more within Europe, to build up own capacities, capabilities, in order not to be so dependent from third countries anymore, and where this is not possible, to work together on a European level to maybe fix prices for certain resources. And you also mentioned green energy, hydrogen, and also the importance of offshore wind parks. And I'm also very glad that we have somebody from RWE here with us today. So Martas will probably tell us a little bit later about this. So thank you very much once again. So let's move on, because we also have one of the biggest investors from Germany here in Lithuania. We have Continental, and we have the CEO of Continental here with us, Mr. Shayan Ali. So, Shayan, you have been the CEO for Continental for almost 5 years, I think, and we know each other more or less probably from the very beginning. We have seen how you have built up the factory here in Lithuania, in Kaunas, how you successfully have mastered all the challenges here. So maybe you could share with us a little bit about the history, what you have done, and what your current focus is in developing Continental even further here in Lithuania.
Yeah, so thank you, Dominic, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here, and also an honor to be the largest German investor in the automotive sector, to be investing in Lithuania, in the history of Lithuania. So it's a great opportunity. So you're right, it's been actually a little over 5 years, though it seems like yesterday. We just did the groundbreaking. But I'm happy to talk about some of the accomplishment before we go into the challenges, because it's important to also see what we have achieved in a very short time. In 5 years time frame, establishing the plant and growing to the size of now over 750 employees, we are manufacturing cutting-edge automotive electronic products for most of the major OEMs in the Europe, as well as in the North America market, as well as Asia. So with that, focusing on autonomous mobility products mainly, and also the future of electronics in the automotive industry, which is self-driving cars, electric cars, which is also contributing towards sustainability in the future. We are really proud that we are producing these components right here in Lithuania, in the heart of Lithuania. And not only that, opening the doors directly for the automotive OEMs, which is very important for us to open the doors directly to big OEMs like VW, Mercedes, etc. It's actually enabling us to build up the confidence and trust that the future of automotive can be expanded here in Lithuania in a very positive way. Yeah. So it's very cutting-edge opportunity for us, and hence I would say that Continental's effort are going to be continuing here. We have a sustainable growth planned in the coming years, but the road for us needs to be also paved. So there is one side, a huge opportunity for success and growth, but we also have to focus on the challenges. And here I would talk about mainly 3 structural areas where we see strategically we have to focus, and then we might be able to enable the automotive industry further in the country, because it's a huge potential. We all know that the automotive industry is unique. We also know that it's quite saturated in Europe market. If you look into it, this was one of the reasons why we chose Lithuania, because we wanted to grow and expand, and the market was a good market here. We have good potential talent, people, highly motivated people, infrastructure. All these allowed us to move here. Now we have to focus on how we can take it to the next level. And here I will bring up mainly the 3 areas where I see that we need help, as well as to work closely with the government and infrastructure to see how we can get better to be able to expand further. The first pillar is education. Education is tied directly to the workforce. And I think we've had many discussions about talents, availability of talents. Availability of talent in a faster way, yeah? Because time is unfortunately not on our side. The automotive industry is a very volatile industry. It's expanding quite heavily. And for that, we have to be able to be prepared. So where I see is lack of proper skills that are needed for the automotive industry. So here we have high focus on digitalization, automation, cutting-edge engineering, software development, right? So on one side, Lithuania is talking a lot about IT infrastructure. So this is absolutely needed, I agree. But on the other side, we cannot turn our back on these important areas where we see there is a lack of availability. So we need to bolster this up. So along with engineering, the biggest challenge we see is also high-skilled technicians, highly skilled workforce. For this, we have to really emphasize on programs like vocational schools. This, we also know that this is an area that Lithuania is not there yet. Believe it or not, we are one of the companies, to my knowledge, the only company that is now working with one of your leading vocational schools to create something what we have done in Germany quite successfully. And I think this is really needs to be bolstered because this will allow us to create more skilled workforce that will be beneficial for not only us, but for the future of automotive, future investors that might be opening doors here. It will enable us to be ready for them. Yeah, that's really to be prepared. Take it one step back. We have seen a decline in engineering studies in the universities. A steady decline happened even from the COVID times. Here, Continental took part in partnering up with different electronic companies in the region, and we created a campaign in 2019. With this campaign, we were able to bolster and improve the enrollment rate of universities with interest in the engineering programs. So this is the right move, but we cannot stop. We really have to take this further. And my approach here is that we have to not only focus on universities, but we really have to go back to the source. Source is high schools. So we also know that in the local high schools, there is a lack of proper teachers that are focused on science. For example, physics. There is a lack of physics teachers in the country. And imagine, high school is the area where really students are trying to decide what they want to do in the future, right? What area they want to choose. Not everybody has to go to university. That's why in Germany, we have this focus on these vocational schools, dual study programs. We are really going back to the high school. We are focusing on how we can influence students as well as their parents. Very important for Lithuania. The parents have to also know that you don't have to be an engineer to be there. You can be a highly skilled technician and get good pay, have a good career path. But for that, we have to mold the educational system in the high school, create better teachers, influence the students to choose the right path, team up with companies like us that are willing to work, to share the technology and the knowledge. And then I think we will have a very steady, sustainable structure that will automatically enable companies to be coming here. Because you're opening the floodgate to have more skilled workforce. And this will attract Lithuania much more than it's doing today. Secondly, talking about language. I was pretty surprised when I learned from my team the statistics of foreign language, the second foreign language in the country. 16% German, 75% plus is learning Russian. And here we talk about Germany being the largest investor in Lithuania. And I think we have a weakness here. And only we can really take this to the next level, because to attract German investors, German OEMs, the language German is also very important. And this cannot be ignored, and hence another area where we should focus on, strategically speaking, how we can influence the educational structure to promote more foreign language as far as second foreign language to be German. Infrastructure is an area where I also see that we need to get better. We talked about connectivity. Connectivity to Bavaria, for example, where the majority of the automotive suppliers are, or the companies are, is very poor in the country. You know, it takes us a long time to get to Vilnius, from Vilnius to get to Munich, for example. It takes us a long time. Other countries that have established automotive, they have direct flights, frequent flights. And by opening the borders this way to create more transportation areas, we will connect Germany better to Lithuania. This is very needed. And then look into the workforce, where we see a challenge is how can we connect the cities together? Lithuania is a small country. We have potential labor force everywhere, small towns around by, but nobody wants to commute too much, you know. Even 1 hour commute between Vilnius to Kaunas is not very common. I drive every day. But that's normal for us in the west side. It's normal to drive. But if you can increase the transportation capabilities and bring the cities closer, we will exponentially open up the labor workforce. And that will alleviate all of the problems we are finding of hiring people, for example. Because there are a lot of people out there in small towns. We need to get better in our transportation and connectivity.
You mean high-speed trains, let's say?
High-speed trains, bus systems, shuttle systems, to bring the smaller cities closer to the hubs. Whether it's Vilnius or Kaunas or Klaipėda, whatever it is, it's a small country. We can really get better. So we need to really have a focus, strategic focus on this area because this is really, really needed. And we cannot wait many years. We need to be fast in this area. And lastly, the last point I'd make about sustainability in the future is cost and profitability. We are competing also with other countries. And here we have to be careful. One side we have inflation, labor rates going higher and higher. This is normal trend of the current economy, but it's also affecting our profitability. So therefore, there are probably other ways we have to think about how can we make Lithuania more profitable. It can be of tax reforms. It can be, as you mentioned, about fixed energy costs that will allow us, the businesses, to be still operating with a higher profit margin, with a better profit margin, but be able to also sustain the labor cost rate. It cannot be both ways because otherwise you are completely going with the cost increase and paying more money and of course losing profitability. And if you lose profitability, the businesses will not be attractive anymore. So we need to really, really have a very razor-sharp focus in this particular area as well. And I think with these 3 pillars, Dominic, to answer your last question about, I think the future of automotive can really, really be sustainable and quite promising. But we have to focus on these areas. That's
Thank you very much, Cheyenne. I think you summarized it perfectly. So it's talent, it's language, connectivity, transport, and profitability, and at least 2 of these topics, that is the availability of talents, so also talking about the dual educational system here in the country, maybe even taking some parts from Germany as an example, but also the language is something that we as the HK try really to promote here, but I think it's even more enlightening and important to hear it from you as one of the biggest or the biggest automotive investor in the country. So really to hear from you where you see the obstacles for attracting even more investors here. So thank you very much, Cheyenne.
Thank you.
So now, I already mentioned it earlier, we have somebody from RWE here with us, Mr. Matas Anugis. So thank you very much for being with us here today. So you're the project lead for offshore development, Scandinavia and Baltics at RWE. RWE, I think it's a big name in the industry. You are the leading supplier of renewables worldwide. And today, sustainable energy solutions are one of the key conditions, as we have already heard it here today several times, for competitiveness across Europe. And Germany has huge experience in renewable energy solutions, and it was one of the first countries to promote it. So, Matas, please share your opinion with us and also maybe enlighten us a little bit about your plans here in Lithuania.
So thank you very much, Dominic. I don't know if the microphone is working. Yeah. So for translation purposes, I would also switch to Lithuanian. Labai diena, labai malonu čia būti ir pirmą kartą atstovauti.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to represent RWE, and I am grateful to Ambassador Žygimantas Pavilionis for this. I think that this is one of the main engines in terms of export and import as far as the relationships go between Lithuania and Germany. Referring to the activities of our company, as Dominic has rightly mentioned, we are among the leaders in the renewable energy We are the main players, global players. Regarding the offshore wind farms, we are the second largest offshore power development. We have 18 offshore wind parks in the world. 3 of them is in the Baltic Sea, 1 is in Germany, and the other 2 are next to the shores of Denmark and Sweden. We are also developing our projects in all Baltic Sea states, such as Poland. One project is being developed in Sweden, and we hope to complete it by 2030. This is the natural development of the company in the Baltic Sea area countries. The Baltic Sea, although not quite homogenic in terms of its natural conditions, but we know it very well. The Baltic states can be characterized by the network opportunities to accept the entire network. These opportunities are lower. Indeed, next year, Lithuania will have the first auction of the offshore wind farms, and then the second auction will be announced, and these 2 parks will ensure 50% of the electricity needs of Lithuania. We have more countries by the sea, such as Latvia and Estonia, that have a longer shore, and all of this situation provides excellent opportunities for energy export. Germany can ensure only 80% of its electricity needs from the renewables before 2030-2035. And as Mr. Janulevičius has rightly mentioned, this provides excellent opportunities for Lithuania to become the electricity exporter. The unfavorable situation due to the war in Ukraine, when the main energy supplier in Germany was Russia, Lithuania and all the Baltic states, Baltic Sea states, they are becoming the energy guarantor for the future if everything goes well, if all the objectives are achieved. Because for Germany it is physically hard to ensure all its energy needs. Next year we want to participate in the first auction of the offshore energy parks, and in September this year we have signed a memorandum of understanding regarding the cooperation with Latvia Energo, a Latvian company, and then we are looking forward to the establishment of the new ministry in Latvia. As a consequence of the elections in autumn, a new energy and climate change will be established in Latvia. And this will be an opportunity to review and establish new regulation for the offshore wind farm development. In Estonia, as of the beginning of this year, we have started a plain field development, and the next year we will have the first auctions for the wind farms. We have a lot of plans, and we are seeing the Baltic Sea as one area, and since we already have some experience, we are hoping for success in these countries. Thank you for your attention.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Anujas. You mentioned your plans to participate in the tender. And yeah, both wind and solar energy is developing very fast here in Lithuania. And you mentioned that your focus is also the whole Baltic Sea region, that you are quite familiar with this already. But an offshore wind park project requires also a lot of competencies and skills, and as Cheyenne also already mentioned, the topic is about the necessary workforce and knowledge in the country. So what is your perspective on this? Do you think that there are already enough specialists with the right skills, or do you see this also as an opportunity maybe to develop those and promoting Lithuania even further through this opportunity?
Thank you, Dominic, for the question. I again switch to Lithuanian.
Well, I think that Cheyenne has rightly mentioned that human resources may be a huge challenge, not only in terms of offshore wind, but when taking into consideration the entire area of renewables and the entire of industry, because we need the same type of engineers, technicians, electricity engineers, or other types of technicians. And our company does understand this risk. And in December, we signed 3 documents with different schools, with 3 schools in Klaipėda, and the aim is to exchange the information at the beginning and to explain what specialists are needed and how the programs have to be adapted, what type of specialists we will need and how many of them we will need. We have been pleasantly surprised after seeing that certain schools have already been planning the changes in their curriculum because they know that there will be a need for these specialists and they see it as opportunities. Certain specializations are being developed for the engineers working offshore. When we take into consideration the Baltic states, we see that in Poland, as well as Finland, Sweden, and in all the other states, we are in more or less the same stage of development of this sector, because the majority of the projects are on the stage of development. And the projects are planned to be finalized by 2029-2030. And it may happen that all of these projects will reach the stage of construction that will demand the most state-of-the-art resources. We do understand this problem, and we know that the educational establishments have to be prepared in order to help us meet this need, and we have to start talking in advance, and that's what we are already doing. But this is not enough. We also have to raise awareness of this at schools, secondary schools, with the students who are thinking about choosing a profession. And regarding the offshore wind farm tender, the specialists will be one of the most important criterion. If the right decisions are taken today, a few years later, these people will have very successful working career, not limited to Lithuania.
vienoje šalyje mūsų įmonė tos pačius specialistus nori atsivežti ir kitus.
Our company wants to bring in these specialists, these professionals, and employ them in other areas.
No time to waste. We need to start now in order to be prepared for the future. Okay, so last but not least, I would like to give the floor to my very dear colleague, Audrona Gurinskiene. She's the country manager for Lithuania at our AHK, and we have heard a lot also during today about nearshoring and about the necessity to reduce the dependency from China. And this is exactly what we also hear a lot from the German companies who are approaching us. They say they would like to become more independent from China. They would like to get their suppliers from within Europe, within the Baltic states, from Lithuania. They are building up their production facilities here. And this is something that Audrona can talk a lot about. So, Audrona, we as the Chamber, we are convinced that the Lithuanian-German business relations are resilient. So maybe you could give us some examples from our work. Audrona.
Thank you. I prepared my part also in English language, but because all my remarks goes to Lithuanian, I will switch to Lithuanian language.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, Mr. Žygimantas, for organizing already the third forum. And I'm very happy that the voice of businesses is being heard, and I'm grateful that we can take this voice to this particular hall. And since I'm the last speaker in this panel, I'd like to summarize of what we've heard today and what our objective is. I often hear Žygimantas say what we want, and we want to have more Germany in Lithuania and more Lithuania in Germany. So the Chamber is working both directions. We seek close cooperation. As Germans say, it's not a one-way street. It needs the partnership. It requires the efforts of each and every one of us. So we need to work with the embassies of both the countries. To our opinion, partnership is one of the preconditions for our work. We have used the word sustainability quite a lot, but I believe that in this geopolitical context, sustainable economic, political, and cultural and people-to-people contacts are as important as they have never been before in order to withstand the current threats. Our authorities and our businesses have to review their strategies and to target towards sustainability. I think that in the modern times, Lithuania has a very huge potential as a reliable partner of Germany, especially from the perspective of businesses. The technological solutions created in Lithuania are becoming more important for Germany. Germany is looking for cybersecurity, for life science, e-government, mobility, and other partnerships. European companies are trying to develop businesses closer to their homes, so the name of Lithuania could be rather good. And I am not sure whether Lithuania has used its full potential, whether Lithuania has done everything possible. But I don't see the ambassador now, but I believe that the embassy of Lithuania in Germany has made a huge leap. We already have 3 attachés. We are looking forward to the opening of the consulate in München. We would rejoice that, but we also have to be visible and audible in Germany. We have to get rid of the syndrome of a small country, because in the current world, especially in businesses, it's not that small that matters, but It's whether we are fast enough. Germany, with 5.6 billion investment into Lithuania, is the major investor in Lithuania. Germany is the major market for Lithuanian origin products, and exports of services to Germany is increasing significantly. Germany's politics is very visible, with a strong backbone. Lithuania takes a very important place in European and global value supply chains. So we've noticed that, I guess, during the Lithuanian-Chinese conflict over Taiwan, even a small boat can stop a big car. Therefore, long-term strategy is the precondition for sustainable economic relations. We believe that Lithuania is on the right path because during the crisis of 2008, Lithuania was mostly affected with its GDP fall. However, during the pandemic period, our GDP remained rather high, and we were among the leaders in this area. So there are many things that we can be proud of. According to many doing business parameters, we are close to Germany. This impresses investors a lot, but we should not forget the investors that are already here in Lithuania, and we have to try our best to hear their voice. Therefore, it is very valuable for us to have representatives of businesses who speak not only about the investments of their country and the development of the investment, but they rather speak about the success of Lithuania. On numerous occasions, I went to German companies with various delegations, with the members of parliaments, and I was very happy to hear the German heads of companies here in Lithuania to speak about the success of Lithuania. So they speak not only about profit, they speak about the success of all of us.
So thank you very much, Odorone, for this great summary. I'm looking also at the time. So Odorone already summarized everything. Maybe I will just quote once again what Mr. Janulavic said, and that is this: that Germany was, is, and always will be a very, if not the most important business partner for Lithuania. And I think this summarizes this whole discussion quite well, and that we all need to work together on a Lithuanian-German level, but also within a European level. And if we do so, we will overcome the most important challenges. And with this, I'm handing back over to Žygimantas. So thank you once again very much for having us here, for giving us the opportunity to discuss also the economical part. And yeah, back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, you know, when I was thinking what I can say by the end, I wrote a lot to myself, but finally ended with a lot of thank yous. Because in general, Lithuanian-German relations are very much okay. To remember really quite a low start on bilateral level back to our entry into EU and NATO, when we had no contacts except formal contacts. You know, no business, no big business contacts, no big political contacts, no big cultural contacts. Today, well, I'm former ambassador in Washington. Today, Germans compete just with Americans in Lithuania, and this is already very, very good. So really, I want to say thank you to all who came to this event. Thank you to Simonas Norkūnas, whom I borrowed from Ambassador Misiulis, who made it happen. Thank you, Fausta, to Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, who've been always here. And by the way, that's where Americans cannot compete with German foundations, because German foundations never abandoned us for 30 years. They've been always working with Nordic Baltics. They added KAS Belarus office, and Americans, they were coming and coming out. So thank you for this. Well, thank you for members of parliament who came, and for Laurynas Kasčiūnas, who is always not only fan of German football, but he's always stressing on German military presence in Lithuania. Honestly, this is a miracle. You know, we would love you to be as strong as possible in Lithuania. And your presence in Lithuania is something that we want to sell to you. This is success story. You create stability. You create something alternative of what Russians are creating all around in Europe. You keep Europe together. This is because of your soldiers we can make that business happen. Because of your soldiers we can expand and think very far away, like Vidmantas Janulevičius is thinking, you know, like a lot of companies are thinking, to green future that we can create together. A continental that is already the biggest in Lithuania. Thank you also for Vidmantas and his leadership, because honestly, well, the Confederation of Industrials 30 years ago was a Soviet business. You know, I remember calls from this confederation 30 years ago saying, Žygis, not any, you know, other step to European Union. Today, they are leading us. You know, we're trying to catch up with them. Vidmantas was one of the first to warn Lithuanian elite about the threats of China's industries and businesses. He was having first dumping cases that he lost. Brussels was not...
Together with Germans.
Sorry?
Together with Germans. We create anti-dumping issues against China at that time together with Germans. Solar Vault. Okay. Mr. Asbeck was the right hand of Mr. Genscher, if you know. And who was the first president to our... first President Landsbergis, the first armored vehicle, Mercedes, was done by the Genscher and Asbeck, who later on has the biggest solar factory in the world at that time, but unfortunately collapsed because of some Chinese influence. This is the history.
And, you know, just few words on this, those differences that sometimes we have, and today they were heard also in this room and a bit publicly. Well, you know, we are a small nation. Sometimes it seems that Vilnius is challenging all possible autocracies on this planet. We're sanctioned by all of them. And we need that solidarity, German solidarity, because we want to make that world better. Because we believe that we can win. We believe that we can expand this rule-based, you know, order far into the east. We believe that Belarusians are a European nation because we've been living with them for hundreds of years. We believe that something that is happening even today with the visit of Putin there, it's something unnatural to them. We believe that Ukrainians are one of the best Europeans that will make our EU and NATO stronger. We even believe we're so romantic that, you know, one day Russia transforms. Because, you know, they are European nation. Because we believe like this. We might sound very romantic, but for this, we need this German presence. Really, we need this German brigade here. Together with Laurynas, exactly like this, it took 2 years to speak with different American parties and militaries, and today we are very happy. We have 1,000 American troops, heavily armed, and, you know, fighting for our freedom. We are buying HIMARSes. We are fighting now for air defense that we want to create with you. It takes years, but please help us support this brigade in Lithuania. This is very important. And also in Ukraine, we need your support on start of accession talks, and we very well know, without your support, Ukraine will never become a member of NATO. We understand it. We are just back from Washington with Laurinas. We will come back to Washington. We know that this is also, Biden administration, they have to say a final say. We know that we have to win the war, but let's consider it. Because this is where Germany will really start, will spread its wings in a positive way. You will create that rules-based order, and you will create Europe whole and free, finally. That was the speech of old Bush in Germany 30 years ago, Europe whole and free. So this is your chance to do it together with us. Because without you, without us, Americans will not be, of course, able to do it. So let's make this world better. Thank you for coming. Merry Christmas. Just one logistical announcement. I would love to have again with you a family picture, because some of our most active smokers were not part of this family picture. So let's do it together, and then please proceed with us to the lunch. That is in Hilton Gardens, just 200 meters from there. Okay, it's 300. Simonas, please stand again. He is the tallest of us. He will lead us to that lunch, and see you then for informal talks. But now family picture, please, because not everyone was able to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good time, if you hear me.